the beginning, there was nothing. And then there was the Drunken Peasants Podcast.
I gotta get a witness. No!
Say, man, you got a joint? No, not on me, man.
I don't have facts to back this up.
It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
That's true. Sometimes I cry.
Oh!
Lick my butthole, he laughed.
From the strangest corners of the internet, here to bring you opinions of the world from an altered perspective. Here are your hosts, the Drunken Peasants.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Drunken Peasants Podcast. This is episode 1249.
Do it live!
A Saturday bonus show. Yeah. And once again, we're in a really good position because we're 60% of the way towards the goal at the going into the Saturday bonus show, which is we've seen way larger deficits in the past. So that's good. And I'm going to put
We've slid through much wider gaps.
I'm going to put that all-important Streamlabs link right there in the chat so you can contribute to tonight's goal. If you would be so kind to do so, we've got a lot of cool stuff to cover. And, we're quick reminder, sign up for Patreon. We had an amazing actual mania last night. Don't want to tell you too much about what happened, but you could be part of the experience. You could be part of all the fun if you just sign up for Patreon. So don't forget to do that.
You know, this is episode 1249. And that's kind of funny. 1249 is the time I leave my house for all 1 o'clock appointments.
No matter how far away they are?
No matter, yeah. If they're an hour away, I'm just late.
That's pretty late.
I know.
That's pretty late.
Whenever I get booked somewhere at 1 p.m., if it's more than 11 minutes away, I'm just thinking to myself, they're going to be so pissed when I show up.
We are going to check out the video that Eric July put out yesterday in response to his very embarrassing Nick Ricada appearance. And you'd think he'd be like, all right, I'm going to do it differently now. But it's not like that at all. And which is funny because the title is Moving Differently. And I'm like, oh, Eric July's, sees the error of his ways and he's going to do things differently now. Because he literally admitted that he's pocketing like $4 out of every comic that his customers purchase that's supposed to go directly to charity, because he admitted the cost of the comics book is actually about $4 less than $17 and change. So he admitted that on a live stream. So we're So let's get into it. Here it goes.
I should turn off the goddamn internet.
Oh, don't touch me. Don't touch me. TP, are they going to touch me?
All right. Here it is. Here's the video. It's called Moving Differently, Learning What's at Stake. I was hoping he would have spelled steak like the slab of meat, but he did actually spell it right.
Wolford in the pleb chat says, let's see if Nick Ricada is still friends with Eric July and all his buddies after this little nothing burger of drama. For one, they were never friends. They were partners, okay?
Partners.
Get it right.
I've had my successes over the last nearly 20 years, but nothing obviously compares to the Rippaverse. Though I'm the same person.
There's a lot of
ego. Did you say the
rip-off
verse?
I think that's what we're hearing. I don't think he actually said that.
The situation is different, and many people will have trouble understanding that. But in certain aspects of my life, I have to move differently. And there's going to be challenges associated with that in terms of the adjustment. Perhaps this will also give you some insight on what to expect should you have to experience the same thing. The big thing that changes everything is that I went from having a small circle of people that help produce content to now employing or contracting dozens of people. So anything that jeopardizes the business potentially impacts the livelihoods of maybe over 50 people if you include the families. I'll give you an example. Recently, a deranged stalker that doesn't watch his clothes or his ass drove a Prius.
He really has to embellish how dangerous Riley is. Like, it's literally a prank. You know, it's this psycho.
Riley is pretty dangerous, all right? 1, he's a fat. 2, he's dating an autistic. 3, if they make a baby, that baby could be capable of any sort of trauma. We don't know what their child would do, okay? That's danger.
To one of our locations. He got that specific address from someone else, and despite lying about it publicly and using someone else's screenshots, he did not get the location he appeared at in a copyright claim that was issued to him from us. He's just a crazy person that's trying to cause a scene and presenting it as a gag for crumbs of clout on the internet.
Is he saying Riley lied about getting the address from a copyright claim? Did Riley lie?
I mean, the address is out there, and they have their logo that we see right here on the screen. You know, it's like decaled onto the window. So it's like, it's not like they're trying to hide. It's not like this is a secret location. This is not his like underground bunker.
Well, I also just wanted to ask if Riley lied because I wanted to point out, doesn't matter if Riley lied. He's trolling. It's the Clipiverse. He's talking about coming to clip the fur off your arm hair and shave your beard and give you a haircut, dude. He's literally trolling you. If he lies, he lies. You lie and you report it as being serious, Eric July. Your lies are reported as being dead serious. When you say that he came and he marked up your building, when really he drew some words on some dollar bills and taped them to the side of the building or put stickers up, bullshit like that, when you made it sound like he did vandalism and graffiti, your lies are to be taken serious. His lies, even if this is a lie from Riley, is to be laughed at. Those are the fundamental differences, and this is why we're Team Riley and not Team Eric Jucry.
The reason why he was using the specific word markings is because he's referencing the law that he believes would allow him to shoot Riley because Riley left markings and it was at night and all that shit. He's trying to justify the narrative that he should be able to shoot somebody for doing that.
This is what you got to do to shoot Riley. For one, you got to be on site. And you're not. And the guys that you hire to do 24-hour security are definitely not going to shoot Riley over this. Even if you tell them to, they're not going to take your orders because it's batshit insane. And 2, if you are on site and you have a gun and you shoot at Riley, you have to hit him. And he's a fat, so it should be easy. But even as a fat, I think your aim is too weak and your wrist is too limp. You ain't shooting Riley, dog.
This location is not our public address. It's not a storefront, nor does our side of the business park face a public road. There's only 3 ways to the front of our building, 2 of which are gated. The one that is not, and it's easier to access, is a one-way, and you'd have to turn around and go back the way you came to get out. That didn't stop a fat, unbathed man from appearing after hours and recording himself writing homosexual drawings.
He was on a road trip. It's hard to stay bathed on a road trip, okay? Give him, if he left a slug trail of stench after stickering up your building, let him slide, man. It's not his fault. I've been stinky on road trips before. I know how it is.
Professing his love and desire.
He doesn't know if he was stinky or not. He has no idea.
So Eric's lying again?
I mean, he's at least talking out of his ass, you know.
I have to stop taking Eric July seriously.
Yeah.
To be a gay rabbit furry. He stopped by a business nearby and they told us he smelled like literal shit. Buildings in this business park are not owned by the same person, but all those involved have made it clear that the weirdo isn't allowed back on that property. Now, some people would say it's just a funny gag. We should just laugh it off. Ha ha ha, it's just jokes, bro. And that's what I mean by moving differently. Granted, aside from driving by the property in a dirty Prius that he somehow got into, during the business hours, he only drove by the front of the property. But
I'm way fatter than Riley. I'm pretty sure my Prius is way dirtier than Riley's. And I think it's also smaller. I have a Prius C. It's a smaller model, and I fit in just fine. Eric July really needs to live a little. All of his opinions are stupid.
Highly irresponsible for us not to do our due diligence. We have to treat it seriously enough as if it has the potential to escalate, whether it be from him or someone else. I don't expect drama farmers on the internet to understand that, as they don't employ people to our degree. Of course, it's easy for an anemic sock account to think that we should just laugh it off. I guess it's only a coincidence that you choose to keep your place of employment and your own real name a secret. But should something hit the fan, had this, let's say, not been addressed or taken seriously, guess who must deal with the consequences?
If you wanted to keep it a secret, why would you put the logo in the window? Like, why do you have a big sign out front that says Rippaverse Publishing? Why not make your publishing company a different name than the name of your public name of your company? You can do that. You can
and also. Yeah. You don't get to keep secrets when you're in the business like this. You don't get to put your LLC behind a P.O. box like he supposedly claimed, because people have to be able to contact you if your LLC creates some sort of legal turmoil or something that needs to be challenged. People have to be able to get to you so they can sue you if you're the owner of an LLC. His hiding is illegal sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not completely clear on the ins and outs of that, but I do know, like, if he's trying to hide, he's doing a pretty bad job of it. Like, it's if you didn't want anyone to know where your secret warehouse was, you probably shouldn't put your logo on the front of it. Probably not.
Well, supposedly, him having the LLC signed up at a P.O. box is supposedly against the law in Texas.
Yeah, but I mean, that's besides the point. I'm saying, is he really trying to hide when he puts the logo on the front of the building? Like, is it really this big secret? I mean, he could operate under a completely different business name if he wanted to, and he doesn't have to put the logo on the front of his building. So he's not really trying to hide. He's full of shit.
He wants the recognition when it suits him and not when it doesn't. He wants to pick and choose the reactions to his content, and he's been doing this for a long time.
It won't be the general content creators or the law tubers or anemic sock account. It falls on me. That's my responsibility.
What is he saying? Anemic?
Stalker weird.
I think he's saying anime profile pics. I think I'm not 100%.
Is an anime profile pic. That's what it means.
I have no idea.
I wasn't sure if he was mispronouncing anemic or what he was. Anemic?
Anemic. Sickle cell anemia. Everyone, please like the stream, by the way. We have to keep reminding people to do that, otherwise it won't happen and more people won't come here. So please do that.
They're weird, but I know how to handle myself. I carry wherever I go. It's not even about people finding out where our locations are.
It isn't? Then why are you complaining about it?
Bound to happen. Definitely with the internet. And there's a reason why we've long had armed security that's in the building. Anybody can be found, and that
what another waste of money.
Includes your
people are gonna come in there to rob you of your worthless comic books. By the way, he ordered too many of them and now he's selling them for $5 a pop. I don't know. Did you hear about that?
I did hear he saw them for $5 a pop.
Yeah.
I wonder if it has anything to do with the potential lawsuit that maybe. I doubt it does, but it would be something for him to get rid of them now before the lawsuit comes into play and he has to reprint them without Isom on the cover.
Yeah, but seriously, like 2 months ago, this comic book came out and motherfuckers paid what, like $50 for it? What was the cover price?
Oh, this is Isom 2
I believe so. I believe so.
I thought it was Isom 1.
I mean, either way, people paid like so much more for it back in the day, and now they're giving it away for $5. Man,
I think it was a one-day sale, right?
I don't know. Does it matter if it was one day?
I
mean,
it's
still like how much of a discount?
Own house. There's a difference between
Isom. It might be even if it's Isom 1 for $5. I would feel like a fucking sucker if I paid however much they were having people pay for it. $50.
Come on, Ben. You know damn well you'd feel like a sucker if you paid $5 for it.
I mean, out of those two, though.
between understanding that and driving your unbathed ass to states over, filming, essentially saying, look, they work over there. The fat man did say he was coming back, but that doesn't even account for others that may do something weird.
Next time I'll be open carrying. So since this fat man taped money to our building, from now on, if you show up to our building, I'm going to kill you. This goes for Amazon delivery drivers.
Yeah.
This goes for for my own employees. If you show up, I'm going to shoot and kill you.
Employees deserve the peace of mind to be able to do their jobs. I'm not even there. It is not unreasonable.
It was ISOM #1 cover C for $5, and it was up that way for 48 hours. So that's what it was.
To expect.
But these were things that they were like, hey, you got to buy this. This is not going on sale again. You got to buy this now. It's not going to go on sale again. Limited edition. And now they're selling it for $5. They devalued their own comic.
To have the decency to not appear in places of employment or their houses. In any other context, we consider it unhinged for someone to stalk, drive several hundred miles, and appear at someone's business. That, again, is not some storefront.
But that wasn't the only thing he was doing. You were just on the way. You were a stop. You were like one of those weird highway tourist traps in his mind. You know, you're like the world's largest anal thermometer. Or something.
The world's dumbest booger.
Yep.
If I'm at an event, something like that, I welcome anybody to come chat, shake hands, take pictures, or
whatever. Wait, he just shook hands with a fat?
Oh, yeah. When fats are giving him money, that's fine. Well, you know what, though? Riley was a fat and was giving him money. And he wants to shoot him. He
wants to murder that fat guy for giving him money.
Yeah.
If I was giving Eric July money, I would be scared right now, knowing full well he's trying to murder people that give him money.
Good point.
As it's respectful, all is good. And generally my public appearances are like that. But that location is not an appropriate place, and it's handled as such. Nobody's going to air you out for loitering, drama queen, but suspicious subjects will be treated as suspicious.
Can I also point out what a great $50 this was for Riley to tape to the wall? Look at this entire video he gets in response.
Blokey.
And I get it. Some people will never get over the fact that Young Group of 5'9" is now a
all these guys that paid
$50
for the first ISOM comic book, all they got was a year later watching other people buy it for $5. Riley got an entire video put out about him. How do you feel, dumbasses?
People that despise me always start from hating me and then they work backwards. So anything that they think they can do to me is justified.
I don't know, like there's always a vocal minority, but I am seeing Dick Masterson reply to a few people that were like, I was on Eric's side against you, but then I saw his whole thing where he's making people pay $17 to donate comics to charity, and he just admitted that it only costs him, $14 or whatever, or 12, something like that.
He said 13.
Did he say 13?
I thought that was the magic
and then where does the other money go?
His pocket.
That is fraud through and through. If I'm
the idea that like it has to be for like shipping. The money has to be for shipping and handling. It can't be for the actual production of the comic books either. He can't have the charity pay for the things he's giving away. Like
wasn't that what he was saying though? Wasn't he saying like?
Well, that's why Ricada was telling him to shut up. He's like, dude, shut up, get a lawyer. Shut up, get new lawyers.
And he was saying, oh, it is about $17 and change, but I buy so many of them all at once that it's actually more like 13 or whatever. That's what he said, right?
Yeah, it was something like that. All I know is that Nick Ricada is a real lawyer.
Oh, he had it coming.
All you have to do to be a real lawyer is practice law, like legally practice law, and he's done that. So people's personal opinion about whether or not he's a good lawyer or not, that's on you. But when you say he's not a lawyer, you're just objectively wrong.
expect to be
I practice law illegally.
He's currently licensed to practice law in the state that he lives
given
in.
the benefit of the doubt by those types of people, nor would I walk on eggshells to try to appease them. I recently had a conversation with a law tuber where we talked about this.
You're not gonna see Eric July does this thing where he has any kind of beef with somebody. He avoids saying their name. He's a law tuber now. He's a law tuber. You can't say his real name. You'll just call him law tuber.
He doesn't want anybody going to find it and
then why bring it up at all?
Because he wants to. Because he thinks what he's saying right now is this great epic monologue painting the picture of a strong, intelligent Eric July.
Obvious disagreement, but apparently he thought that I shouldn't have said, for example, that if you bought multiple books to donate to comic books for kids during the campaign of I Some Too, the cost was cheaper per book for the customer.
No, you don't get to use Scott Hall like that, dude. Nope.
Even though we advertised that the price was less per book if you bought the bundles. There's literally nothing there, but I did get a chuckle out of him dramatizing it as if this was some groundbreaking information. Oh no, you shouldn't have said that. Look, I'm sure somebody out there thinks that just because someone else...
Yeah, he was trying to help you and your ego would not allow it. And you admitted that you're making people pay for charity and you're keeping part of the money because you're getting it for cheaper than you're saying it takes to get the comic book in the hands of the children. You admitted it.
Think of the children.
And they suggested something.
And his ego and his IQ are in such disrepair that he thinks it's not his fault for admitting that. It's Nick Ricada's fault for acting like he said something bad. If Nick Ricada,
it was Nick Ricada's dramatization.
Right.
An issue there. It must be something. And that's no disrespect to him, as he very well could be genuine in his concern. But part of...
Yeah, he was. I mean, he creates content, and it would have been good content to just let you melt down beyond repair on his live stream, but he was genuinely trying to help you. I think he has some level of respect or had some level of respect for you, but you ruined it. Like, he could have gotten the clicks. He got a bunch of them anyway, but him just letting you incriminate yourself would have gotten even more.
Moving differently.
Yeah, I think as a lawyer, you're pretty good at just letting people take the rope and hang themselves. It's one of the many tactics that a lawyer that knows the person is stupid, you don't want to coach them. You want to let them feel like they're free. And if they're willing to talk, they will almost always talk themselves into the noose.
Yeah, and he was like, I want to ask you questions, but I know that'll just set you up to give answers to these questions. Because, yeah, lawyers know how to ask you questions to where you have almost no room but to incriminate yourself. The way certain questions are asked. And that's what it was.
Is having lawyers. Mine are very good ones that...
Why? He always says that.
Actually,
who are they?
Practice. Drama queens make mountains out of molehills, and there's nothing I can do to stop them. They'll get the same results they got the first time if they think repeating factual information that was advertised is incriminating. You'll get the same thing you got. And that's...
I know for a fact that Eric July does... Or not Eric July. I know for a fact that Nick Ricada does practice. I don't know how often he does, but he does. There's reviews like from 4 or 5 months ago. So he still has clients. And I also know like a year ago, he had some drama with Keffels, and Keffels allegedly tried to get him disbarred. So he was still barred even a year ago. So yes, he's a lawyer. You don't have to like him. You can have whatever opinion you want of him, but he's definitely a lawyer.
That shit.
I like how Eric thinks that just because it's factual that it isn't incriminating. He's like, some factual things that I put out publicly. There was always a question of whether those things were proper.
Let's get a tip
and you
train
kind
going.
Yeah, Justin, right? And you kind of admitted that they weren't on Ricada law. You think because they were factual and because you admitted to certain points of it that it's not incriminating. People were questioning it, and the things that were questioned, you basically said were legit out of your own mouth. That was where they're like, you should have shut up.
And it was
you should shut up and get new lawyers.
I mean, he was told beforehand, like, we shouldn't talk about this right now. Like, Nick was like, hey, there are obviously questions I want to ask about the whole charity thing, but I don't think we should do that right now. And Eric's ego was like, no, I'll answer any questions. At that point, Eric could have been like, no, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, they're lying about this. There's no fraud. That's it. That's all I need to say about it. He could have said that. But he had to give details. I don't understand why.
It's because he's stupid, and he built his company on the backs of people even stupider than him. So he can get away with anything with them because they're dumber than he is. Outside of that circle or that bubble that he's built, that Rippa bubble, outside of the Rippa bubble, people are like, dude, you're dumb. Shut up. Change your life. If you listen to the haters, your life would be better, but you can't. You can only deflect them and use them as some sort of reassurance that you're on the right path.
The real stupid one, like, I'm sure there's all kinds of people in his fan base, but the ones that are the loudest are the ones who have made like a whole new hey, thank you, by the way. Never been so happy to see Jared's face.
Why does that come up for $2?
I don't know. I could make it higher, but I was like, shit, Jared hacked our stream with his master hackers. But anyway, there might be some smart people that just have bad taste and enjoy ISOM or whatever. But the worst ones are the loudest ones, the ones who have made a whole genre of content that is just defending whatever Eric July does unconditionally. It doesn't matter how bad he fucks up. They're never like, maybe he shouldn't have done that. They never do that. Like, it's really bad to go all in just on one thing. Like, you should leave room if something doesn't go right to be like, I don't like that. I defend this all the time, but this I don't like.
You would think, but like we've said 1,000 times, this entire fan base exists as a reactionary fan base. They all were reacting to comics being too woke. And then Eric July was like, well, I have a media company behind me, Glenn Beck, and I could swoop in and make a comic book that will promise these starving idiots that it won't be woke. I'll give them a little commandment and they'll feed me money. And I'm not even sure if all the comic books sold are to real people. It could be Glenn Beck and the companies behind him pumping money into something so it has a market share and it can exist. Or they could be fake even. It's not on.
There's no third party.
Kickstarter. It's not a third party site.
Yeah.
He could be pumping the numbers up himself.
He could be.
The only people that could be reading this are the idiots like Sturgis. We don't know.
It'd be funny, like, if it only costs like $2 to print each comic, and the only ones that were really sold were the charity ones.
That would suck. I see Stabby McHugs in the fan chat says, I unconditionally love Billy no matter what he has ever done or will ever do. And I got to say this, Stabby, it's comments like that are going to make me do inevitably what you wish you had to said.
You can love him unconditionally no matter what he's done. It's not about love, but obviously you can't 100% agree with everything that someone else has done. There's always going to be like points of contention. That's what makes us different.
He doesn't have to agree. He doesn't have to agree, but you have to love me. And I promise
That's
you,
fine.
I'm going to do some very unlovable shit, Stabby. And it's because of that comment.
There are parents that still love their serial killer children. So it definitely happens.
Above and beyond that, my mom would be off this ship, but Stabby will still love me after I do what Stabby just said.
Absolutely.
Just to test your love, Stabby. I'm doing it.
Take precautions within reason when you employ people. I'm cognizant of my responsibilities as an employer, and that's something I take to heart. Again, I don't expect everyone to understand that, as they do not do what I do. Concern, troll, or gaslight if you must, but I'm going to make sure I've done everything in my
Wolfhard says they are united by hate. Yeah, and what do you call a group that's united by hate? What is that known as?
Nazis? Oh, a hate group?
Yeah.
my power to move in a way that ensures the safety of the people that depend on the Rippaverse, or ensures it realistically to our, let's say, fullest capabilities. Sure, there are morons that think we started this company to own the libs, which is a retarded way to spend $300K, by the way. But one of the things I've always stated is that I saw economic.
I almost feel like that word is making a comeback, because totally unrelated. I feel like Eric July uses it a little too frivolously, but I wanted to learn how to make a new type of pizza dough, because I like making pizza from scratch. And I was watching this video where this guy was making like this unique kind of pizza dough. And when he was kneading the dough, he was like, notice how it doesn't get all retarded? He literally said that. And it was like a very professional channel that like the video had like millions of views and stuff.
It is making a comeback.
Yeah.
The new movie that came out, Dumb Money, about the AMC stock and Robin Hood situation, they affectionately use the R word quite a bit in the film.
The diaper machine that I operated 20 plus years ago, it had a control on it that said retard on it, but it was a crank that would push the diaper materials back. It was retarding them. Yeah. No, it wasn't diapers for retards. It was.
Yeah, I thought there was like a button that just could hold massive adult dumps, like big old crazy brain dumps.
No, it was the literal. It was the literal meaning of the word to move backwards.
I dated a girl once who had a dildo and there was a retard button on it, but it was just so she could fuck herself retarded.
Problems that plague the industry, and I wanted to be a part of that solution. The people that work for this company, they wear it on their sleeves and they shout it from the mountaintops, be it creative or warehousing. They love to be here. Other people, they hate their jobs and they find it to be a soul-burning, miserable experience. We don't have those problems here at the Rippaverse, and I'd like to keep it that way. So don't project that evil on us. I understand that you can't
So you have a business with many employees, is what you're saying. And Isom is not a self-insert character.
I just like how when he inevitably has to fire these employees because he's selling $5 comic books that suck, and he spent money in terrible ways so far, including hiring all these employees to do something that he was getting by with less. He's going to blame it on Riley. He's going to put it all on Riley.
I don't even know how many of these
$50 on his building.
I don't even know how many of these people are actual employees and not contractors. I'm not sure. I'd be interested to know.
Well, it helps him to inflate the numbers because, like we said, he's leading a group of people who are fundamentalists that are there because of their shared hatred and anger. And so the more he says, I'm looking out for 50 people, even if it's not 50 people on salary. If he says that, these people watching think, oh, we can't let Eric suffer. We can't let Eric get beat by this big fat guy who's trolling him. We have to give him more money and spend $50 for a comic book that we know if we wait, we can get for $5 now, as he set this precedent.
Part of maintaining this culture,
it was GameStop stock. Yes, it was GameStop stock. Revolting
being more aware
not
of
AMC. My bad.
Actions and moving accordingly. I've had some humbling conversations with people I trust and I value on this very topic. I'll always be me, but it's no longer just Young Ripper 5'9" and his video editor. It's Eric July and a crew full of absolute fucking rock stars. Oh, and before I go,
hold up. I've heard his music. I don't know if he knows what absolute rock stars are.
No.
Wash your ass.
Do you say wash your ass?
Yeah, Riley needs to wash his butt. He's literally the shit.
How am I supposed to lick that thing? Here's We Noun Zero Sturgis' response to this. I want to point out that Sturgis has recently started simping really hard for the quartering. Billy, I don't know how much of the episode you saw that when Jeff was here. The quartering was sponsored by a neo-Nazi book publishing company,
Yeah,
And
I reached out to them, and they offered me a sponsorship too.
And while we were covering it, the quartering popped into the chat. It was like, well, now since you did this, I'm going to start running the ads again for free for them.
They love to cry Mary Sue when it comes to female characters like Rey or Captain Marvel. But when it's an actual guy on their side, it's nothing but crickets for them. Because they don't know what a good character is. They just know icky girl, icky ooh girl, girls gross cooties. That's the mentality these guys are coming from.
Also, Sturgis is going to start selling coffee brand coffee, which is like the alt-right coffee that the quartering sells. It's interesting.
Oh, nice. Gotta get that beautiful bean roast.
Everyone, I'm Renowned Zero, and we're back again talking about Buster Baxter. Still going on and on and on about Eric July because he wants to be that ultimate troll, that wants to be that ultimate, guy that gets a gotcha on Eric July. The guy who constantly wants to instigate, continue to claim that Eric was a part of fraud, always want to twist words and always wants to say a bunch of noise that he knows is incorrect. He knowingly knows is incorrect, and he wants to be that ultimate troll to take down Big Bad Eric July for just having a comic book company, for just making a comic, for just simply doing his own.
I don't know if he wants to take him down. I don't think he'd feel bad if that was like a byproduct, but I literally think he's just trolling and getting a rise, and it's working.
He can't believe that, though. He can't think that our guy, Dick Masterson, is just trolling. He has to think Dick, Riley, Vito are all coming for Eric July and Eric July's 50 employees. And if he doesn't go down to the building himself and shoot anybody that walks up to the building, that Eric will lose his entire livelihood. The way Eric's speaking to people is that January 6th mentality, and he's getting guys like Sturgis ready to march up to Riley's house. It's like the wording he's using is like, we have to treat this as if Riley is going to murder us. By the way, when you do go to shoot Riley, as I'm asking you to, make sure to wear nose plugs because his butt smell like poopy.
Independent work, which I say to Dick Masterson, where are your millions? What are you doing?
Where are your millions? Where are your millions? Says the guy.
Where are your millions, good sir?
Yeah, it's like, what? That's not a good point. I guarantee you Dick has more money than Sturgis. Can Sturgis not talk shit about Dick Masterson because he doesn't have as much money?
Well, I actually have it on good authority that we're going to be getting a film this summer called Buster's Millions. And it's about Dick and his millions and how he has to get rid of them in 30 days or else Sturgis is right.
Why are you not focusing on your own stuff? You know why? Because you have nothing really going on. Vito ain't got nothing going on either because his book's delayed. His book looks like garbage. And he's got, just shy of 1,400 backers. He can't do anything. He can't even hit six figures on his campaign. But
what a loser, bro. You only made a few dozen thousands of dollars, bro. What's wrong with you, bro? You can't even rip off your entire community, bro.
Well, it would mean something if Sturgis had all these successful campaigns, but he doesn't. He takes credit for shit that other people do and then uses that to bolster his arguments.
Yeah, he's a ball-washing barnacle. That's what what gives him hope and meaning every morning.
It'd be like if I was like, "Oh, Ken Griffey Jr., you suck. You didn't even win a World Series." Derek Jeter, he won a bunch of World Series. Man, you must suck.
A lot of sports fans do that.
Not me.
Well, not you, but
no. Well, you can't say.
You look at sports fan Reddits. That's kind of the meta.
I don't think most sports fans would say Ken Griffey Jr. sucks necessarily. He didn't ever win a World Series, but that doesn't mean he sucked.
Digress. Starting off with
a lot of sports
He's in the Hall of Fame.
Where's your rings? Like a lot of Ohio people be like, where's your rings when they're talking about LeBron? Or
not Ohio.
Other than LeBron. The LeBron, they're like, where's your rings?
Ohio,
where's your rings?
Ohio only got one ring from LeBron. He helped other places get more rings.
Comics hoodie. You still get your short boxes, your posters, your cover Ds of ISOM 2, Ripper shirts, hats, and other posters and other shirts and merchandise. And for a limited time, ISOM #1 for $5 with promo code pull up, which is a joke on the whole people saying stuff with pull up with Eric, I guess.
So wait a second. The promo code was pull up.
Oh, dude, this is this sicko shit that Sturgis is promoting right now. And I think he's doing it for free. He's doing this to kind of like stick it to Vito, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, well, real quick. I just heard that the promo code for the $5 comic book was pull up.
Yeah, it is.
Eric July.
I'm a big kid.
Crying.
Look what I can do.
He's crying because Riley pulled up. He's out here crying, and then he wants to make a joke about it too? What a facetious, two-faced fucking bitch.
No, I think it's pull-ups, you know, those training pants. When
he told the haters to pull up. Riley, the entire thing he was doing was getting in shape so he could not be fat, so he could officially pull up. That was the whole gimmick. Walking up a hill. He was going to walk up a hill until he was thin enough for Eric July to accept him to pull up. And then when he actually pulled up to the business and taped dollar bills, Eric July screams that he has to respond with murderous force because his life is in danger, his livelihood is in danger, but then he makes a $5 promotion tagging it pull up. Dog, you were the one that said pull up, and you bitched and cried to your audience, and then you have the gall to act like the pull up was not there, but then reference it. That's insane. What a mega bitch.
Level 2. Back this book. Get it. Written by Raging Golden Eagle. Inked by Toxic Man Baby over on Twitter. Shout out to him.
He's about to advertise this entire crowdfunding campaign. Look at this. He advertises like waifu pillows and shit.
This thing is amazing. Artwork looks fantastic. To get some of the artwork here, if you enter the anime Bobs and Booty, you get 2 supplemental stories. One here and one here. You look at the amazing covers of cover A with the Ashiara card, cover B with a Luna card, cover C with a Night Ashiara card, the limited summer wraparound cover that is no longer available. I managed to pick up all 4 covers because I want them all. I want all the cards. I want all the covers.
Why do these look like kids?
Good question.
Get your mouse pads. Get your waifu pillows. Get your safe for work, not safe for work for both. For Rain, for Luna, and for our main hero, Ashiara herself. Current stretch goals are, of course, this print here, and at 100k foil covers. You can get Blade Devil 1 as an add-on, or you can go over to this campaign and get your cover A, B, and C for Blade Devil 1. Now, this man has obsessively been talking about him constantly all the time.
And you...
$5 is too much.
And you obsessively talk about it too. And what else would you talk about if this didn't happen? You act like you want it to stop, but if it stopped, you'd have nothing else to talk about.
But even when he does talk about it, he doesn't say anything. He just parrots what Eric July says in a stupider voice.
Right. Constantly all the time. Of course, I'm blocked by Vito because he's a coward.
I'm blocked by you.
I've literally never directly said anything to Sturgis. I've just replied in like a few things when people would tag my name, and he blocked me. Like, right. You're a wimp, wuss, coward by your own definition, shitbeard.
And that's just all there is to it. Saying that $5 is too much, yes, because you're a brokey.
Is that why?
You were a brokey before. Still a brokey.
I mean,
no. It's
to...
not because he's a brokey. It's because he says $5 is too much for a piece of shit garbage comic book. That's it.
Now, how's your book doing? Probably not nowhere near as good as ISOM 1 or 2.
Dick Masterson doesn't have... Oh, are you talking about his actual book, Men Are Better Than Women? That was a pretty high-selling book. Or are you mixing up him with Vito like you do with me and Billy all the time? Is he like acting like they're the same person? I don't know.
Right. Moving on. Apparently, Eric July is bragging about how he carries a pew-pew with him wherever he goes, even if it's illegal. After somehow Riley emasculated him. Yeah, a fat dude who goes around drawing bunnies on money and taping doors and showing other people's businesses unannounced.
Even
uninvited.
Sturgis admits that all he did was draw something on money and tape it to a door. He won't even say Eric July's lie of the vandalization.
Who gets
the
no
markings.
buns. You know he gets none at all.
Oh, this is the other weird projection. Is like, you just tell these people never get laid. It's like, how do you fucking know, man? Like, you have no idea.
I don't know Sturgis's sex life, and I don't know Vito's sex life, but I would imagine Vito smashes way more than Sturgis does. Could be wrong, but I imagine he does.
Is somehow emasculating him. Yeah, a guy that has a successful business, 2 multi-million-dollar campaigns, married. Yeah, totally emasculating that guy. Totally emasculating that guy.
That guy is the one saying he fears for his livelihood. That's emasculation. He fears for his employees. He fears. He's putting the word fear out there. I ain't afraid, but I am afraid for them. Come on, dude. Emasculation.
No, bud. You got emasculated.
You can't say pull up and then act fucking weird when someone pulls up in the softest manner, taping money to your door. Pussy.
Eric July on a flashcast. You expected an apology after being a total asshole and calling his charity a fraud.
It is. It was just confirmed by Eric July himself.
And when you didn't get that apology, you still cried like a little Karen crybaby.
He's so afraid to swear in any of his videos.
To this day about this man and about his business. So the only person that's really been emasculated here is you.
I know you are, but what am I? No, you.
But you still get to figure that out. Lol, 100% stalking. Yes, because going to somebody's place of work, that is stalking, unannounced.
No, it's not. I mean, like, going in, like, if it's if Riley would have, like, broken into it, then it still wouldn't be.
That wouldn't be stalking. It wouldn't be breaking and entering.
Yes. Now, if he went to Eric July's house and was, like, peeking through his windows or something, then I'd be like, okay, maybe you have an argument there. But that's not what happened.
Stalking insinuates it's a continuing thing, right?
Yeah.
Like if you follow someone home from their work to their home, that's stalking. If you go to someone's reported public business and you do it to make some sort of a statement, that's not stalking. That's buyer beware, motherfucker. Riley is the Better Business Bureau.
By the way, that is stalking. That is actually the definition of stalking. Because this is in response to Eric.
It's not.
Saying go into a person's private business with the intention to do whatever weird crap is 100% stalking.
He didn't do whatever. He did one specific thing, and it wasn't a big deal.
I don't need to fear.
Like, all you can do is call the cops and have him, like, trespassed. That's really all you could do, realistically.
And you can't even do that if he's gone by the time the cops get there.
Right.
Here's someone for them to be stalking. This is such a bizarre scenario, and in any other context, it'd be exactly that. You're either excusing it because it's your partner or because it's me. This isn't a result of crap talk. I don't know, I don't know nor care about this cat like that. He took it upon himself to be a weirdo. Either way, you've made it clear to where you stand, and that's a bet. You think this is permissible? I'm not sorry for anything, and I won't be apologizing. If the stalking is going to continue, bet that we'll handle accordingly.
Yes, shoot and kill everybody who shows up to your building, Eric. That's the right idea, Deputy Dumb Shit.
Yeah, that'll make the Rippaverse very successful.
Eventually, Riley is going
I'm not afraid, but I will say this: anybody who shows up, I will murder. Okay, dumbass.
F around and find out at some point. It's going to happen. If Eric isn't afraid or doesn't care about this cat like that, whatever that means, then by definition isn't stalking. Oh, yeah, it's right there. So, oh, man. Second definitions are horrible. Those things don't exist, right? Harass with unwanted and obsessive attention. You dummy.
If you don't care, it's not unwanted.
Also, he's a public figure, so part of his business is attention. It's not like he keeps to himself and just never makes public statements or anything like that.
You literally just made yourself seem stupid. This is why you follow people like Buster Baxter, because people like you are just as dumb and illiterate as he is. Low IQ as he is.
There's no persecution.
If Eric July was smart about this, he just wouldn't have responded to Riley at all. He would have let Riley post his videos. He would have let Dick Masterson and everybody laugh at Eric July on their own. He wouldn't feed into it and show if you troll him, he'll respond. But he's been responding to the trolls since day one, and he'll continue to do that because he's highly milkable. Eric July has big old stupid milkies.
Because you don't know how to clearly read your second definition, and you decide to post the definition, and you absolutely self-own yourself.
No, you can't
self-own
yourself. You can't harass somebody who doesn't care. If they're not afraid or don't care, it's not harassment.
You don't have to say self-own yourself. The only way you can self-own is if you own yourself. So you just say you self-owned. That was a self-own. You don't say you self-owned yourself. The self-own is already implied.
Young Sturgis is a dumb shit.
He is.
Doesn't know.
A next level dumb shit.
He's a super stupid idiot.
You self-owned yourself. Absolutely.
He self-owned himself?
He self-owned himself.
We said we pocket dial, okay? That's called pocket dialing your voicemail, Sturgis. Dumb shit. Once again, Sturgis being the dumbest person in the room.
Hey, baby, I fucked the shit out of you while we played Jackbox games.
I got a steak from a big-tittied blonde. Wish it was you being a big-tittied blonde.
What a
babe.
weird way to flirt with somebody.
Hey, by the way, I'm a fucking awkward weirdo, and somebody who's paid to bring me food did. Wish you were somebody who brought me food, woman.
I someone because nobody has. Wrong. There are plenty of reviews on YouTube, but of course, people like you fail to see it with your rose-colored shades on because you don't want to see, because you don't want to believe that people actually like Isom and they like the Ripverse and they like what Eric is doing. And we all know Buster Baxter didn't read it because his notes were absolute dog shit. Had nothing to do with the book.
I like how he's like, oh, he wrote notes that said he didn't like it, therefore he didn't read it. The only way you didn't like it is if you didn't actually read it, is his whole train of thought here.
Yeah, if only Buster Baxter would have put on his rose-colored shades instead of his shit-colored shades when he read Isom.
Damn it.
We wouldn't be here right now.
By the way, if you just showed up, please like the stream. It would be wonderful.
When we say that, we don't mean click the like button. We mean please just like this. We know you're watching right now and you're wondering what's going on. You have no idea where you are. You might be a grandma. You might have Alzheimer's. I don't know what's going on either. I'm lost. But just like us, please. Please.
I mean,
appreciate
literally.
us for the human beings we are.
I mean, literally click the like button.
Really? Because things he asked, he didn't even know was in the book. Because clearly he didn't read it. And clearly this guy didn't read it either. So there's a lot of people that don't read very well. So Eric he just reposted the same thing. So Eric is now selling Isom for $5, but he said $17.50 was the break-even price when he was selling them for charity. Oops. So I guess that was a lie. No, if you actually had the context, which is what you do, you don't actually add in context to literally anything because
okay, add the context. Let's hear you add the context that's not being added.
You want to look like you're correct, and you're trying to get this gotcha, which you're
never. Simple Jack? Well, get ready for the highly anticipated sequel, Simple Sturgis. Everyone can't wait to see it with pre-order ticket sales already in the billions. And if you don't believe me, that's just your opinion, but
never going to get because you're not very smart.
Okay.
You're not very intelligent.
Let's get it. Then add it then. Come on, smarty pants.
You're not very smart.
Let's hear it.
Just like I said, it was lol. He was just looking to punch.
No, you're not going to add the context
hey,
that
Billy,
you.
Baby, you remind me of Rosa Parks. I got a seat for you to sit on.
Oh yeah, what's that fuss sitting on your lap? I hope you don't bust.
Sorry, yeah, because the charity didn't already come out and prove you wrong multiple times for multiple donations of books and money. But you want to keep on moving along with this goalpost shift in this narrative that you're correct somehow, which you'll never be.
He said that he was getting the books for less than $17.50.
Correct. Already talked about this. That's someone asking me to cover the live stream. Is there a name for this sort of behavior. It's like he's experienced some kind of moment, but I can't put my finger on it. It's just, of course, Taser, man. You weirdos are hilarious. Y'all punks think everything is a joke, but if you or this person ever tried some crap like Riley, oh boy.
Like what? Like what?
Yeah.
We're gonna murder them.
Yeah, you're not racist at all, buddy. This is, of course, Taser Man responding to Frog Boy, who he said, "I walk with Riley." Yes, he does indeed co-sign stalking someone he doesn't like. Clearly, so you basically co-sign stalking. You know, people don't respond the same way to everything. Bro, from the streets. Shut up, boy. Shut up. Dick, you live in California.
If someone, I don't have to be from the streets to know that if someone tapes $50 to my door, I can murder them.
You live in California, the worst state possible, with the worst stats ever. Talking nonsense. You seriously think you can delete Riley with human weapons? Yeah, you shouldn't be saying that nonsense. That's not something you should be saying.
Oh, but you should be saying you're going to shoot people?
Thank you. Once again, Dick Masterson's completely right. It doesn't matter if you have guns, doesn't matter if you have knives, doesn't matter if you have anything else that would murder a human. Riley is a fucking Golgothan, okay? You don't know what that is?
That's a shit demon.
That's a shit demon. That's why he smelled like literal shit, because he's a shit demon. You fuck with Riley, you fuck with the shit demon. If you want to wipe him out, you're going to have to use toilet paper and fucking doo-doo spray, poopery, motherfucker. You can't take him out with human weapons.
The private property rights of a business for, which is, again, something I always say, you basically just don't actually read between the lines and read and understand what the person is saying. You just make fun of the way they say it.
That's just your opinion,
that's
bro.
Exactly what people do. That's all they ever do. It's always this weird thing to me. And then parody accounts, not funny. It's not parody. And here you go. This is of course the man himself, Riley, talking about him dodging Eric's pew-pews because apparently you're trying to test it and you're gonna F around and find out. You're going to find out real quick that you should not be testing the waters. He's also said he would show up another time with a pew-pew. He would show up.
Yes. Murder Riley or you're a liar, pussy.
When he comes. So for Eric to essentially take this serious is the right thing to do. It's exactly what he should be doing. Taking it serious.
If I was Eric July, I would be murdering everybody right now because of fucking Riley putting $50 on my door. I can't believe Eric July's not outside right now murdering actual everybody. He's got a green light to murder everybody on Earth because Riley taped $50 to his door. Holy shit, what a wasted opportunity.
Because it's quite crazy that this person literally said something like that. Come on. It's just like clowns on the internet that just say the dumbest things. And they put it out there and just let people know the dumb crap they're going to do. The criminals always tell on themselves nowadays. It's so weird. But again, you hang around with dumb people. You repost dumb people. Like Ethan Ralph and Buster Baxter. That's what you do.
Dum da dum dum. Dum da dum dum dum.
Still talking about how it's a scheme, it's a fraud. Getting it completely wrong as always.
It's a scam, not a scheme.
Again, admitting to your crimes, because that's what stupid people do. That's exactly what stupid people do.
Hold up. What are those markings there?
Drawings.
Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. You better not put tape on those dollars, boy. I will murder literally anybody if you put tape on those dollars. Bring them near my place of business.
And of course, you have Jalda Mr. Pancake Jeff over here talking about he's not so subtly trying to put out threats. Like, dude.
Whoa!
Stop
Roll up
talking.
those pictures.
What, the cute bunny picture?
No. Before that, there's
Right here?
What is this nighttime photograph here? Riley pulled up at nighttime. This is nighttime in Texas. Is it 40 days of light? What's going on?
It's actually in Alaska.
What the shit is this? No, he was there at night. If he came at night and they were still taped on the wall during the day, your security sucks, dude. I'd take that money.
Dude, stop talking.
Cute ass bunny.
Just
Cute
stop
ass
talking.
bunny.
Eric is on Kata's stream now, stumbling all over himself, mouth full of marbles, trying to prove he knows more than Nick. Nick lives in Minnesota. Laws are different in Texas.
Okay.
Oh, true. Owned.
So that means Nick can't have any understanding of the laws in other states. Like, he can't research it. Multiple, actually,
glass dome of law.
Some lawyers are barred in multiple states too.
Laws are different in Texas.
Okay. And but you don't live in Texas, but all of a sudden you're going to be an expert on the law right now.
Look here, Bwokies. This is the penal code, Bwokies. This is the deadly force to protect property, Bwokies. You can't use lethal force because someone tapes something to your door.
No. Unless
Look,
it's like a bomb or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So certain
That's true.
things, but not money.
We don't know that money couldn't explode.
It was made out of C4 or something. It just looked like money.
About at this point in time is this one. Penal Code Section 9.42, force to protect your property.
I like how his whole point is Nick Ricada lives in another state, therefore he doesn't know anything about Texas law. Now I'm going to look this up, even though I live in another state, and tell you everything you need to know.
Yeah, but Ben, that's the thing. This is texas.public.law.
Oh.
Nick Ricada doesn't have a Texas dot in his name.
He doesn't have the internet.
Texas.nick.ricada. I might listen to him.
It's all here. Everything that Eric said is right here that he was mentioning in the live stream about protecting.
A person is justified in using deadly force against another to protect land or tangible, movable property. If he would be justified in using force against the other under section and when and to the degree he reasonably believes a deadly force is immediately necessary. Nobody thinks it's reasonable to shoot somebody for taping a dollar bill on your door.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Property is right here. So for you to say, oh, he's trying to question a lawyer, he doesn't know the laws in Texas. He knows the laws in Minnesota.
Oh, yeah. He couldn't just read this. And he couldn't. One thing about knowing the laws as a lawyer, it doesn't even matter as much if you know the laws as if you know how to convince people that your client didn't or did break them.
And you know how to research law too. That's how you get through law school and everything.
Yeah.
So he can do the research on the laws, and he has a better basic understanding of it than Sturgis ever could. It's ridiculous.
There are different laws.
Okay. Yeah, I think he knows
imminent
this.
Commission.
What you mean?
The others of.
It's just so stupid. Like, we know different states have different laws. You don't have to be a lawyer to even realize that.
He has to believe the deadly force is immediately necessary to prevent the other's imminent commission of arson, burglary, robbery, aggravated robbery, or theft.
There you go. None of those were about to happen. Arson, burglary, robbery, or theft. He didn't try to rob anyone. He didn't try to light anything on fire. He didn't try to steal anything.
To be fair, Ben, all we can see right now is the Amendment A to that penal code. There could be a B that says taping dollar bills to the door.
B.
To prevent the other who is fleeing immediately after committing burglary, robbery, aggravated robbery, or theft during the nighttime from escaping with the property. So this was the nighttime clause?
Yes.
Was
they
he
have to be in
escaping
the
with
act
property?
of like stealing shit.
Was he escaping with property? I literally thought he just taped dollars to the door. And he has to reasonably believe that the land or property cannot be protected or recovered by any other means, and use the force, and the use of force other than deadly force to protect or recover the land or property would expose the actor or another to a substantial risk. None of this falls in. Sturgis, you just gave us the answer to say that Eric July is a fucking idiot. Thank you for being a fucking idiot and serving up idiot agreement here. Come on. Read the shit, you dumb fuck.
How much do you want to bet he doesn't read the whole thing, too?
But I don't even. Okay, there you go. Even if he did, I guarantee you he wouldn't understand it.
He doesn't want to understand it, though. Maybe he isn't capable of it, but he also doesn't want to. There's no desire.
Sturgis is the type of person with the intellect level why we have yuck stickers on poison bottles. It's not just enough for you to read that it's poisonous or know that it's poisonous. We have to have a visual representation of
you ever seen the
poison for you not to drink it.
You ever seen the guy getting electrocuted thing? Like, don't touch this, and it's like a little guy like with lightning bolts hitting him.
Yeah. Sturgis is the reason there's a little thing on the side of a vending machine that says "Don't shake vending machine," because it will fall on you and kill you.
Eric keeps saying he has to take
That's the level
Riley's
of intellect we're dealing with.
Seriously, he does. I mean, Riley literally said in tweets that he would come back with a pew-pew the next time he showed up to the warehouse.
Did he?
Well, we know Riley stinks like shit. So Eric July might come back with the pew-pew, but you ain't fucking with Pepe Le Pew-pew. Riley's locked and loaded too. And you've already said you're going to shoot the thrill. Riley's going to come through, leave not only shit stains, but he's going to leave blood puddles and chalk outlines. Riley's the real killer, and he's justified because you've said you're going to pull a gun on him if he returns.
To tell me to leave him alone, I don't think that was actually ever said. Because for one, he doesn't provide a clip. At the very least, if this was actually being said, you would have provided a clip. Knowing the way you operate, you would provide a clip.
I mean, what if there's not a clip? What if it's like a private conversation?
Once again, of course, tagging the ministry CEO, which is something that Eric brings up that he's...
Actually, no. You know what? There is a clip. It was in Nick Ricada's stream where Eric July was like, did you tell your buddy to drop it? Did you tell your buddy to drop it? Because I would. If I had a friend fucking up like that, I would tell him to. So yeah, he didn't say it in those exact words, but he was like, you should tell your buddy Baxter to stop talking about this shit. Yeah.
He's actually done before. This is now the second time he's done it. Continuing to be a Karen. Continuing to be a huge baby.
You are a Karen and a huge baby.
A huge coward.
And a total dumbass. And a
Eric July's on a huge YouTube show right now using profanity and threatening to do this to someone who gave his ISOM comic a bad review. Yeah, that's literally not happening. That's literally not happening. Because once again, you would provide a clip knowing how much of a bitch you are. Eric just said that he cost $17 a book to send his crappy comic to charity. Full stop. I was right. Again, where's the clip? This is what I keep saying about pretty much anything that comes out of this man's mouth. It does not provide a clip. And
that's the clip. There's the clip.
Oh, what a great episode!
Of course,
too.
He just confirms how gay he is because
does that mean he's gay?
He's like, oh, I'm having this kind of moment because Eric is on a live stream with Nick Ricada,
and he looked really stupid. It wasn't gay,
right? You're weird.
Yeah, no. Sturgis knows to prove you're not gay, you have to put pictures of gigantic tittied anime 12-year-olds.
There you go.
That's the only way. It's the only way to prove you're not gay.
You're very weird, dude.
Everybody knows it's gay to date a woman of age.
He never completes a thought, too. He just is like, this happened, this person said this, you're weird, bro. And then he moves on to the next thing.
Because he doesn't have a thought.
It's yeah.
See,
He's 100% reactionary, which means he only exists to react to other people's thoughts. And he's chosen to react to Eric July's thoughts because he's stupid.
Right here, he has a clip for something like this, but doesn't have a clip for literally anything else he's crying about. Eric July is turning on his fans right now as they advise him to, quote, be smarter and stop engaging with trolls. That's literally not what's happening. I was actually
Can you
in
play
the
the
stream
clip?
when he was talking to
Play the clip. Play the clip.
That never happened.
Play the clip.
Love you making money, be smarter, stop reacting. I haven't reacted to whoever it is that you're talking about at all. What?
What?
Oh, you haven't reacted? Oh.
You talking
What
about?
What are you talking about? I haven't reacted at all.
Definitely as of late.
That's not turning on his fans, you dummy. But of course, you wouldn't know that.
Play the whole clip. You haven't even played half of it yet.
The only people you have as fans are room temperature IQ brainlets that listen to everything you say.
Pot. Kettle calling. Pot. Kettle calling.
And they go into chat to Eric and they think they're cool because they put bunny emotes in chats. Like, dude, you sound like a loser. Like, you really are a loser. At this point, anyone who knows you knows that you're a
Genuinely
loser.
love you, sweet boys. Thanks for your presentation of this batshit insanity.
You're a loser. You're a loser, bro. Anyone who knows you knows you're a loser.
Loser, baby.
Be smarter. I think, Ryan, if I can offer a criticism to you from me, I think you're giving stupid people way too much credit.
All Eric July fans do that.
Yes, Buster Baxter is one of those stupid people. Eric July is again bragging about legally doing this whenever he goes and lying to business owners about it. Probably not a good idea for a black man to do this or say this. Like, why would you bring the race into it, for one?
You guys do that all the time. You call people who don't like Eric July racist all the time. You can't even demonstrate how it's racist, but you play the race card, which is so funny because you get mad when there's like race swapping in movies or whatever.
But who am I to judge? Why are you stalking his page? Like, dude, why are you stalking his page? That's the thing.
If it's public, it's not stalking. When you post something on Twitter,
page, bro.
You post something on Twitter with the expectation that the most people possible will see it.
Why don't you just let him sell us snake oil in peace, bro?
You say, okay, he's doing a live stream. This is the same type of nonsense that a certain set of fats.
Who's he about to talk about? Let's see.
Try to do to me when I'm trying to live stream and not giving a crap about them or talking about them in any way, shape, or form.
What are you talking about, dude? We have a video of you getting all triggered after you said you
can't
wouldn't.
Make this stuff up if you try.
You can't. You like literally. You brought me and Shabisky up on screen during your stream, got all triggered, talked a bunch of shit, and then got your stream terminated.
Well, to be fair, he did get a really good one on Shabisky when he said this guy down in the corner looks like a PDF file, right? Wasn't that?
No, but he was the one down in the corner at that point.
He had Shabisky's camera covered with his own camera. Yep. And he was like, this guy down in the corner looks like a PDF file.
I even told Poop, when Poop Donkey was around, I mentioned that, and he was like, actually, that is pretty funny.
It's hilarious. Poop wasn't dumb. Poop was just bored, I think.
Poop is just friends with him, though, like his best buddy.
I have a lot of friends I'm not too proud of. By the way, I talked to Onision recently.
Let's not. Let's talk about that later.
And I haven't talked about them in months because I don't need to. Stupid people like this provide me with enough content to and other things like gaming news provides me enough content to keep making more of it without talking about other people.
Your gaming news videos get like 100 views a video. And then your drama videos get like maybe like 500 to like 1,000 views per video.
It's not stupid to announce the world you do this. You illegally carry a concealed pew-pew with you everywhere you go, no matter what. So if someone sees Eric July at school, is it reasonable for them to assume that he has a concealed pew-pew, even if he says he doesn't? Thank you, McFly. Dude, stop.
Okay, no. Don't say stop. You just read a tweet. React to it. Tell us why you think he should stop. Why you think he's wrong. I'm like coaching him on his own content. Like, respond to it. Don't go, yeah, bud, okay. That's not a response.
You could be fucking Jake Paul coaching Ricky Berwick on boxing, right?
Ricky Berwick would do better in boxing than Sturgis does at reacting videos.
Sure, but Sturgis is mentally as good at reacting as Ricky Berwick is at walking. He's not.
Yeah, but
it's not gonna happen.
Well, walking with his legs, I've seen Ricky Berwick walk with his arms pretty fucking well, and that's the thing. You can have a limitation, but if you're truly innovative, you'll figure out a way around it. But Sturgis can't do that. He can't find a way to walk on his arms because he's that limited.
I still don't want Ricky Berwick boxing anybody.
Of course not.
I do. That'd be fucking awesome.
Well, I mean, I had joked, and now obviously it's impossible, but I had joked about him and Crip boxing each other because that would have been fair. You know? But R.I.P.
Former customer. I didn't spend $98 on cover seat books. Currently going for $5 because I have a weird hate boner for the guy. I was a fan, but he's too Heather Antis at this point. And his hardcore fans have called me ist one too many times for not hating Buster Baxter and P to the E to the D to the O. Veto.
I mean, if you're not going to say, I mean, like, okay. I don't know.
I think you are a very disingenuous person. I think you are a terrible person trying to essentially go after a man's business because he made you look like a total fool.
Eric July could not even explain how his business was being gone after. He couldn't give like one real example.
I can't tell you how they've been going after my business, but I can tell you business is better when I tell my audience I'm being gone after.
Exactly. That's why I wouldn't be surprised if Rippaverse Goalpost is Eric July's sock account or like one of his employees. I noticed that some of his higher ranking employees are members of his band. And one of them accidentally liked Riley's original tweet while he was outside of the office when he tweeted it. You know how like if you click around on someone's post, you can accidentally like it, and they'll get a notification. And it was
hilarious.
It was one of the guys from Eric July's band that works for I can't remember his name right now, but he works for the Rippaverse Publishing.
He made your fat friend look like a total fool, and I think it's very disgusting the things that you do. And this is why I have my channel to call out your nonsense.
Is that why?
Yes, it is stupid for Eric to carry. He has no control over his temper. He clearly does because he hasn't done anything illegal. And he believes it would be justified to do this to Riley for putting a sticker on his warehouse door. Again, the penal code says he does.
No, he doesn't! No, it doesn't.
No, I like how he brought up the penal code. Just say it says he does and literally didn't read any of it or explain how it says it does at all. He's just like, by the way, guys, this is the penal code. It says he can. Didn't show us
There's
where.
no
It doesn't
penal
say he can.
code where you can just shoot someone just because they're like near the warehouse that your business is operated out of. They have to do something that's threatening to you or others, or have to meet one of these requirements. And one of these requirements, the loosest one, is that it's nighttime and they're running away with after having like tried to set your building on fire, or after trying to break in, or running away with shit that they stole. Which is, I mean, those are more extreme. Like here, if someone robs your house and they're running away and you shoot them while they're running away, you're going to get charged with murder. So yeah, the laws in Texas are more loose for this.
We're all adults here. Just say gun. Be a fucking adult.
I like how this is coming from Pew Pew Askew.
Pew Pew Askew. But yeah,
just say gun, don't say pew pew.
The law in Texas is different. It's not difficult to understand, though. It's pretty clear right here. And if they would have shot Riley, they would have had a hard time convincing a judge that it met that criteria, because Riley didn't try to light the building on fire. He didn't try to break in. He didn't steal anything. He taped money to a window and like bunny stickers or whatever. It's not vandalism, but it's closer to vandalism than anything else.
Yeah, you can't. This isn't criminal mischief, right?
Right. No.
The penal code says he is justified.
No,
again,
it doesn't.
What would you know? He was a
Penal
good commie
code
for
says he's justified. The Bible says gay people are icky.
It says
No,
right
it
here,
doesn't.
yes, it is stupid for Eric to carry a handgun. He has no control over his temper, and he believes it would be justified to shoot Riley for putting a sticker on his warehouse door. He would spend 30 years in prison, if not more. It's a sticker. You could be like, hey, my property got vandalized. I want to trespass this person or whatever. Like, it's at its lowest form vandalism.
Yeah. Where people go into stores and do terrible things all the time with no repercussions, no consequences. What the hell would you know? Eric July is now gibbering about Nick dramatizing his charity fraud, even though Nick told us fiscally not to talk about it and that he didn't want to ask any questions about it. This is amazing. Eric sounds so bitter and petulant, sub 80 IQ. I mean, if his IQ is 80, your IQ is like 0. And it's always been 0.
Dude. If his IQ was 0, how could he type this tweet here? Come on. Think about your statement, sir.
Eric's IQ is probably like 90. He's probably got like a 92 IQ.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. It's just funny. That was like a preschool insult, right? Oh, your IQ, my IQ's 80. Well, yours maybe 0, maybe -0.
It's pretty much always been 0.
A renowned 0.
It's like you just cannot stop talking about him, bro, in a negative way, because you really want to see the downfall of somebody else who's more successful than you, has always been more successful than you. Probably think he doesn't deserve the success that he has gotten. You probably think Vito deserves more success than he does. That's clearly the case.
Is it?
You just cannot stop. Like, your whole MO is to be a dickhead. That's why you use the word dick in your name, because that's what you want to be at the end of the day, is a dick.
You're so clever.
And at the end of the day, you want to be a 0. Congratulations for achieving your goal.
He wants to be a renowned 0. He wants to be renowned for what a 0 he is.
Guess what? You're alive on the Drunken Peasants podcast. Can't get any more 0 than that.
Today, though, Eric July is going to continue to win. I'm going to continue to make content. I'm going to continue to make money off of stupidity, off of your stupidity. You continue to do your stupidity.
How much money is he making?
Hardly any. I mean,
if he's got enough money to clean up that fucking beard, I would be surprised.
He gets super chats sometimes and a little bit of ad revenue, I guess. He has a subscribe star. It hardly has anything on it.
But those wokies.
But now I think he's going to be selling coffee brand coffee, just like Quarter Pounder. So
nice.
Maybe he'll get a Nazi book deal too. You know,
dude, honestly, I kind of want that Nazi book deal. Amazon's selling all those books. Why can't I? Why can't I make money off the Nazis?
Well, the people running the publishing company are white nationalists. So it's not, I don't have a problem for historical reasons if you're reprinting historical books, like even the ones Hitler wrote, but when the people running the company are specifically white nationalists and the only historical books they publish are from white nationalists and fascists, there's definitely an agenda other than like preserving literature. So,
well, as an investor, I see a point to invest in this book company. One, because the Nazis are on the rise. And when the Nazis are on the rise, the pushback is huge. And if you invest in this company, all these people are going to be buying these books. And then the people that hate them will be buying these books to burn them. We're going to make so much money.
do that and
Renowned
continue
syndrome.
to. Renowned with the sickness.
Renowned syndrome. I like
call out
that.
the nonsense. Thank you all for checking out this video. I really do appreciate all new subscribers, returning subscribers, new viewers, returning viewers. If you do like this video, hit that like button, comment below what you feel about all this, subscribe for more content, and hit the bell for notifications. Set the bell to all, that way you get notifications anytime I post a new video. And I'll see you all in the next one. Peace.
Yeah. So what's your overall take on that video?
That's fucking stupid. He's fucking stupid. We just watched 5 minutes of him saying nothing. He's stupid. Fuck you, Sturgis, you fucking idiot. I hope you're watching this right now, and I hope your life is worse because of it. Matter of fact, I hope you show up to give Eric July a hug. He mistakes you for Riley, and he murders you. That's what I hope. Fuck you. Die young. You suck. Oh, and also, that short box, is it still $45? I gotta pick one of those up.
By the way, Dick Masterson has 2 Patreons that I'm aware of, and they total to be about $307,000 a year. I don't think he's a brokey. I'm guessing he doesn't keep all of that, but he's keeping a good chunk of it. Doesn't seem like a brokey to me. And those are just the Patreons. Who knows where else he's making revenue from? So I do think he thinks $5 is too much for a shitty comic book. That's probably yeah. But no, Eric July makes more money so Sturgis can make fun of how much money Dick Masterson makes. For some reason. It's mental. It's there's probably a psychological term for it.
It's just grasping for straws. Is that what they call it? Or am I Brett Keating that phrase? Grasping at something, right? I don't know. Ben.
Yes.
What did you think of this, Ben?
In some ways, it was par for the course, but I feel like in this one there was more meat on the bone. It was, well, for one thing, he didn't pull up Social Blade. You know why, though? Because he actually lost subscribers a couple times. So now he's not bringing up Social Blade anymore. And someone was pressing him on it on Twitter, and he was trying to deny it, and that Social Blade was wrong. And the person's like, wait, hold on. You bring up Social Blade all the time like it's the end-all, be-all of everything valuable on the internet, and now you're saying it was wrong about you?
Social Blade is just like an opinion, bro.
Yep.
Grasping for air. Gasping for air. Just out here grasping for straws to suck air through. Oh, who's got the biggest, thickest fucking accent in the crowd? That's what I want to know. How many of you out there got a big old thick accent? One in the chat if you have a big, thick accent. Gasping through straws. That's why you're not supposed to breathe through straws. Snorkels need those big bass.
You're gasping through straws, bro. Here's Trumpster Bob on Mike Pence. This is a really quick one, only about a minute long. Let's see what he has to say.
Neo-Nazi. Neo-Nazi is left-wing. Left-wing has nothing to do with right-wing. Has nothing to do with conservatism.
Oh, yeah.
Any more than Mike Pence and his backstabbing fucking ass. Fuck you, Mike Pence. Ain't nobody listening to no Mike, nothing Mike Pussy Pence has got to say. He's a backstabbing little bitch. And fuck you from
the funny thing about that is he was the one who was backstabbed. He was a good little soldier and then just had to do something ceremonial, and Trump stabbed him in the back and made him look like the traitor. That's the reality of this.
Somebody needs to do a facial scan of Trumpster Bob's open scabs and see if those bumps read out to something in Braille. He might be trying to send a secret message out to his watchers. If those facial scabs, those pock marks on Trumpster Bob's face do read out to something, and you know Braille, guys, could you please tell us what it means? You leave a comment in the chat if you're watching this not live. Leave it in the video comments. What does the Braille on Trumpster Bob's face read as?
American people, Mike Pence. Fuck you, and fuck you again, bitch. Ain't nobody but a fucking retard vote for your faggot ass. I don't know if he's gay or not, but he acts like it, so my soul.
Hey, I'm not going to act shocked after Actual Mania last night. At all.
Call him a faggot because he acts like a faggot. Anyway.
Does he act like one?
That's just a joke, YouTube. I got a lot of gay friends out there. I love every one of them, but they laugh right along with me because they know my
wow,
is a
look at the back pedal.
They know exactly what I mean when I say that. See,
that was cute. That was real cute. Okay, y'all, it was a joke. It was a joke. My gay friends laugh too. It's funny. That's so sweet.
I saw a couple
Bob.
people mentioning the ads. I had no idea. Man, we don't normally get ads during the live stream, so I'm just surprised about that altogether. But I did go in and change the ads to like a more balanced frequency. I guess it was set at a higher one. So yeah, sorry about that. I didn't realize it was bombarded because normally we don't get a lot of ads during the live stream. So in some ways I'm like, oh, that's cool. But in other ways I'm like, oh shit, had no idea. What else we got here? Let's get into some news. Let's do some action news. By the way, whenever you want to start a tip train, let's do it. We're almost at 70% of the goal. Let's do it.
He called me sir and got me so human angry.
People are discriminating against wolves. Wow.
They're laughing at us, at our stupidity.
And you better well learn to love it.
There has been an arrest made in the unsolved murder case of Tupac Shakur from 1996, which is crazy because I just thought it would just never, it was just a cold case, I
told you guys I didn't do it.
How old would you have been in 1996 anyway?
13.
13, yeah, because I was like a junior in high school or something. It's crazy. Let's see what they have to say.
I'm Philip Palmer, live in the ABC 7 newsroom. We have breaking news. Las Vegas police have arrested a man in connection with the murder of rap superstar Tupac Shakur. It's a major development in a 27-year-old cold case. Authorities arrested Dwayne Davis this morning. The exact charges have not been filed. The arrest comes 2 months after authorities raided his wife's home looking for documents connected to Tupac's murder.
Why would you you murdered someone, you got away with it. It's been decades. Why would you keep evidence that you murdered somebody?
Well, you see, Ben, in the hood, we do something called scrapbooking.
Did he have Did he have a paycheck, like a personal check with Tupac's murder written on it, signed by Biggie Smalls or something like that?
There was a phrase around the mid 90s. You would say somebody had mad scraps. I got mad scraps. I got mad scraps. And that was saying that you collect scrapbooks of your crimes that you commit. And if you couldn't show somebody your book full of crimes as you would show off your
It's like a resume.
Cards, yeah, they would not know how many scraps you had if you did not have mad scraps and a scrapbook to show them off.
The children.
Okay, so yeah, that's all we have on this.
Is this Tupac's killer?
Yes. No, it was that other guy that was shown earlier. Actually, I don't want to get to this one yet. Maybe I'll cover this one later. Yeah, so that's all we know is that they arrested a guy that they've been suspecting might have something to do with it. Maybe we'll get more info soon. Let's do Google's getting sued because the family of this guy claims that Google Maps led to his death. I guess the maps had him drive into somewhere that got him killed.
The maps gave him directions. I believe they used a bridge that was out of commission, and he drove across the bridge.
Well, that's a problem.
ABC News contributor Brian Buckmeyer is now here with more on the legal side of things. Brian, how strong is this family's case?
There's a number of aspects that does make it a strong case, and I think maybe even a winnable case. The fact that Google was on notice. This is not a bridge that went out 2 weeks, 2 days ago. This is 9 years. And the emails that they put in the complaint really help out. And the concept of negligence. It's when the person who takes what a reason.
But hold on, was it like? Was there like signage to be like, no, there's no longer a bridge here? I mean, you still have to keep your eyes on the road. I mean, if Google Maps is like, keep driving, but then there's like something in the road blocking you, you can't like crash into it and be like, oh, Google Maps didn't have that thing on the road. You know, I don't know. I guess I need more info.
Person would understand to be, and they don't follow that level of care.
Oh, was this in... Where was this? Was this in Europe? Because this is in Europe right here.
It's right next to Kohaken.
Looks like it's in Russia. Is this in Russia?
How do you expect?
Or maybe
care. So it does make sense that they could have a strong case here.
If you're Google, how do you defend against these accusations?
It's a very legal and technical argument, but
on maps he shouldn't have put death, then it wouldn't have led to his death.
There you go. Simple as that.
Yeah, they have an option you can turn off for tolls. You can turn off for if you have to go too far, too scenic, and they also have a death option you can turn off.
Death option.
He forgot to turn off death. That's user error. Google, acquit.
My car has, because my car is almost 10 years old, it has one of those like built-in navigational screens, and the maps are like it's like a Garmin unit, and I was driving around with it for a while where it wasn't updated, and there were like a few times where I was driving on a road that was built after the maps were last updated, and it just looked like I was like driving through like a field, like off-road. It was crazy.
You can't do that, Ben.
Oh, dude, around here, you know what? Like in most of the country, I would say that that's not as much of a problem, but here they're always rerouting and adding and widening the roads. Like in the Seattle Tacoma area, there's always shit getting changed and rerouted and shit. So it's even more important here than it is like in Nebraska or whatever.
I think this is all to have them shut down Google Maps so they can start using it for what it was really intended for. Google minor attracted people.
Dude, you know what? That makes me so sad as a cartography enthusiast. We need to keep some words. We can't let bad people ruin fun words for everyone. And I think last night that was the spirit of Actual Mania.
One thing they could say is, one, we don't have a duty to you, the driver, to tell you that a bridge is out. Go sue, as these people have done, the private owners of this bridge, because this bridge is not maintained by the city or the state, which is mind-boggling, but by private entities that were disbanded, and now so they're going after them.
Okay, yeah, so someone pointed it out, and they were right. That was bad stock footage. Like, this is ABC News, like one of the major networks, and they decided to use bad stock footage from Google Maps that's like mapping a place in Russia.
Oh, is this the Dollar General here? Did the
I
bridge,
guess so.
The bridge turned into a Dollar General?
He crashed into a Dollar General. No. They marked it. It's that red rectangle. I think that's where. Yeah.
Other aspect is the type of negligence claim in the state of North Carolina. Most states have what's called a comparative negligence claim, where if you did 60% and I did 40%.
So it was in North Carolina?
40% at fault, I can sue you for that 60%. But in North Carolina, it's called a pure contributory negligence, meaning if I can prove that the driver was distracted, looking at a phone, maybe coming from a party.
Well, I mean, if they're using Google Maps, they're at least partially looking at a phone, right? I mean, there's a difference between looking at the maps on your phone and like texting on your phone or playing a game or watching Netflix on your phone while you're driving. But I don't know how detailed the data is on that kind of. I'm guessing somewhat, especially when there's like a trial. But probably if there's any chance Google will lose this, they're probably just going to settle. They'll end up paying like half of what they're being sued for, but still like to Google, it's chump change, and to these people, it's a fortune. You know what I mean?
Well, they could even pay double what they're being asked and settle. And by settling, they're not admitting to guilt, which means in the future, if people try and sue them, this doesn't become a precedent in the lawsuit.
Right. And they don't have to pay legal fees and shit. And they know that the average person is going to settle for what's chump change for them. You know, like they could pay $200 million, and that's a grain of sand in the Sahara Desert. That's Google's money. So whatever they're suing for, I don't know, but they'll give them half of that or less, and those people will take it because they're getting a fortune. You know,
well, they could give them double just to keep it off the record that they were held liable for anything. Because once they're held liable, people in the future are able to use this as a precedent, a legal precedent, and you have to fight them against an already losing historical.
It's very rare someone would settle with double, though. Usually, a settlement is for less than the asking amount. I've never heard of a thing where they're like, guess what? We're going to settle, but we're going to give you double what you would have asked for. I've never heard
usually
of that.
don't even hear about the settlement evaluations usually, right? They're usually pretty hush-hush.
Common sense dictates that they wouldn't just proactively offer double what the lawsuit is.
A 9-year-old a little intoxicated, and he's even 1% negligent in what he did in driving, they might be able to avoid liability altogether.
Interesting. What would this mean for future changes to the Google software and other
But actually, I don't like a settlement and you're a public company. I don't know if your settlement is private. I know between two individuals it is, but I don't, someone can tell me this. I don't know. I'm admitting ignorance with this, but like, I think if a publicly traded company is paying out money in a lawsuit, they have to make that public to their shareholders, but someone can fact check me on that.
Potential lawsuits.
If they're found liable in this case, then they better keep diligent and good records as to what roads are drivable and what are not. If there's an instant...
Ben, Hank Chill in the chat is saying that you created Google. You know, you have to tell us if you created Google.
Oh, well, I love maps so much, and I knew that eventually Google would make the superior maps.
Where this could probably be the benchmark. You've known for 9 years, you better fix something. And they might have to update their systems and let customers more aware of the driving conditions that they're leading them down.
All right, ABC News legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer. Thanks, Brian.
My pleasure.
You know what else I like? I like those topography maps that show like hills and valleys and all that shit, and the depth. The wooden carved depth maps, like of bodies of water, and they like carve in like the depth and show you like where the deepest parts of it is.
Do you have any of those?
I don't, but there's a store at Pike Place Market that I go into and kind of just like look around, and I'm like, wow, maybe I should get something like this, you know? But then I would just hang it on the wall and it would get dusty. But I do think they're cool. And they have one of Lake Erie that I've seen that's really cool. And I grew up near Lake Erie, so that's cool. I've seen one of Lake Washington. I've seen one of Puget Sound. Yeah.
They should make memory foam pillows that are like that. You can lie your head on these memory foam maps with mountains and lakes in them.
I feel like that'd be very uncomfortable.
It's memory foam. It forms around your head.
Okay, so it would only look that way when you got up?
Yeah. You're not going to have mountains in your neck. They're going to level out when you lay on them.
I have memory foam pillows, and I always forget how they're like heat activated, and that's how they form to your body with your body heat. But in the winter, when it gets colder, they get like rock hard. And I've heard... I read this story about this guy who bought one back in the day when it was new, and he had to drive in the winter. I think it was in like Minnesota or something, to go pick it up, and he had to drive like a couple hours home. And when he got it, he folded it in half and put it in his truck, and it like froze into his truck, and he couldn't bend it to like get it out, and he had to find a way to thaw it out to get it out of the back of his truck. Because it's like heat activated, and the colder it gets, the harder it gets.
Yeah, I found that out the hard way when I was smuggling a friend in my trunk, and he had one of those pillows back there to keep himself comfortable. When I went to go open the trunk to get him out, it had frozen around his neck and choked him to death.
Oh, you always have the best stories.
Yeah, I just dumped his body in front of Eric July's warehouse, though. He had a couple of dollar bills taped to Eric July's door. They assumed Eric July was just defending his property.
What is this?
Yeah, I think it'd be.
Let's go, Mike. Come on, let's roll.
It's a pirate ship.
Field trip we could all participate in.
Whoa.
Oh my gosh, we just jumped. Take a look behind us. That's the
I wonder if that's a real window or if that's a screen. It could just be like a big LCD screen, but maybe the back of their studio does face a river or something. I don't know.
I think it does. Where's KTVU?
KTVU. I'm guessing it's. Let me see.
Looking up KTVU.
It's in.
It's a Fox
Oakland,
subsidiary in
the Bay Area.
So this is probably a Bay Area boat. The pirates are taking over.
Probably.
The bay.
They just shot a cannon and it scared the shit. Especially the guy on the left. It scared the shit out of him.
cannon from? Is that the Lady Liberty? We all jumped. I thought Lady Washington. Wow. I thought it was an earthquake or something.
That scared me.
Oh, there
it goes again.
All right.
Did we do something to offend
They
them?
have one news channel in Seattle like that, and sometimes you'll see like the homeless guys like walking down the street behind them. I'm always like, one of them's gonna whip their dick out or something.
Which channel is it?
It's K5, I think. It's the one right near
K5?
Yeah, it's the one right near the baseball stadium.
I kind of want to go. It is. That's King 5. I kind of want to go down there and pay homeless people $20 to walk by with their D's
One
out.
time there was this little kid, probably like 11 years old, like doing the moonwalk and like kind of doing like Michael Jackson dances, and you could like see him dancing in the window in the background. It was pretty funny.
Waving? Do they think this is funny? Oh, my heart is beating so fast.
I thought it was great.
People are here getting
up. Oh, my
Do
goodness.
they think this is funny?
They are waving.
We almost got
Everybody in the
murdered by a
sales floor is
cannon.
laughing.
You know what? Great.
Right? Was your heart racing too? Was I the good? I'm getting nods from the
Everybody's
sales
getting up.
department.
All right. That is our show
That just
for
means
this
they made a
morning now
sale.
that, we're going to
Oh my
have
God.
Ending with a bang.
So the station is in Oakland. It's in
Okay.
Oakland, California. I'm trying to see if it's on the water because I need to know if these pirates were taking over KTVU.
It probably is, but who knows? You never know with this kind of setup. They almost look like it almost looks like they have a green screen, but I don't know. It does look like a window because it has like the frames around, like in between.
It's probably an actual window.
There's a lot
I
of
just wanna
water
see-
in the Bay Area. All kinds.
I just
of
want to see if their office is on the water. Of course,
Seth says it's a
not
real
loading.
window.
Thank goodness, Seth. I knew we had to have our man in the streets.
Mike and Gussie will be back at noon.
Maybe not.
Thank you for joining us. I know, right?
Phew.
Okay.
Glad it wasn't just me.
That's me in the corner.
Here's a video news report about how customer service is getting worse, which, yeah, it sucks because someone created the worst slogan ever and people took it like it should be taken seriously. The customer's always right. Just because someone has the money doesn't mean they're always right. Nobody is always right. So it's horrible because people take that like it's fact, and it makes them think that they're always right no matter what. It's terrible. Here we
If you've
go.
ever wanted to complain to customer service about customer service, you're not alone. More Americans are fed up with long hold times and how hard it is to speak to a real person. CBS's Nancy Chen takes a look at what's fueling the frustration and what can be done about it.
By the time that you get to a representative, if you get to a representative, then you're angry.
Have you ever yelled at someone for customer service?
I
I think I'm guilty of that. Yeah.
74% of Americans report having a problem with a product or service in the past year, according to the latest National Customer Rage Survey. It's more than doubled since 1976. The number one frustration, having to sit through long prompts just to talk to a human being.
People are having difficulty having what I would describe as an authentic interaction.
Scott Bretzman spearheaded the survey.
Yeah, because they're not trained to give you an authentic interaction. They're trained to get you off the call as quickly as possible, to try and sell you something, even if you didn't call to buy anything, and to get through the call with you thinking you got what you wanted, even if you didn't get what you wanted out of it.
The customer is always right worked really, really well when we were community style businesses, when we had mom and pop stores, when we had the local hardware store, the general store.
But it's not
things like that.
true.
When you're selling within your community, you sell with the idea the customer is always right, because you know this customer is from your community and they're going to return to you because you were the only show in town. Now with Walmart, Amazon, all the other competitors, you everyone's just a number now. There is no actual customer, and whether they're right or wrong, it doesn't matter, because they will go find the most right option for them and they'll leave you. You can't work on retaining one customer. It's just not the business model.
It was
anymore.
never a good slogan. It sets up false expectations. And when someone's like, oh, I just, and people do this. This is not hyperbole. I just want something free. I think I deserve something free. No, you don't. Like, I can't be like, oh, here, I'm an employee. I probably make less money than you do. You know what I mean? But I'm supposed to just give you something for free because you're asking for it. The customer is not right in that situation. I know you want to argue that somehow that is, but that's just not the case.
Now it is more effective, because an angry arguing customer, it's cheaper to just give them something for free to get them to stop arguing than it is to try and convince them otherwise.
That's, what's even cheaper?
Hanging up on them?
No, not hanging up on them. So I worked in a call center for a major telecom company. The boom of the cell phone, like from 2006 to 2015, I worked in a call center. Inbound, I wasn't calling people trying to sell. They were calling me because they wanted help from me. And what we would do if someone was just like completely unreasonable, they would get fired as a customer. Like they would like, depending on how they were, they would just like send them a letter, terminate their service, and waive because back then there were like contracts, so there were like termination fees. They would usually waive those, except for like the worst of the worst that would like threaten people or like use slurs or like whatever, and they were just like ridiculously rude. Those people would get terminated because it was in the contract that they could terminate the service under certain circumstances and still charge them a termination fee. So those were like the few instances where like it wouldn't happen that often, but when it did, it was like, wow, this is like finally them being like, yes, the customer isn't right here. How often would you give people breaks to shut them up and keep them around, though? Because I know a lot of these companies will give tons of discounts to keep people on just to get them off the line. Yes, absolutely. Those were extreme circumstances. Like people who literally called every day. Like there were people who literally called every day. Like they'd call and call and call. They'd get their problem fixed, which usually meant they got something they probably didn't deserve to have. So they kept doing it. It was like learned behavior. And they call every day and like try to get something new. Like I want another free phone or whatever. And then finally they'd reach a brick wall. And then they'd be like, well, you're a fucking so-and-so. I'm going to come down there and do this. And then they'd be like, oh, okay, well, we're going to disconnect your line and you can go get your service somewhere else because you're threatening people or whatever. But yeah, most of the time, they'd throw. Obviously, we couldn't make huge decisions. We'd throw peanuts at them to try and make them happy because that's all we were given. I was given like when I first started there, I was given like $25 a day to give in like credits, and anything else had to be approved by my supervisor, and anything like above like $500 had to be like approved by their supervisor, you know. And most of the time when you called and asked for a supervisor, the person you got wasn't even a real supervisor. Like, I wasn't a supervisor, and they would pull me to take supervisor calls and pretend I was a supervisor because the real supervisors didn't take calls. You know, the job was okay for a while because they'd be like, because the problem was you were always caught in the middle between helping the customer and like doing what the company needed you to do. You were always caught in the middle constantly. Yeah. So you couldn't do anything right. You were literally like you had both of them nipping at your heels.
Well, you have to know what you can do, and you have to be able to convey that to the customer in a way that they can agree with. There is an art to customer service.
Oh, of course.
And
they would train you.
People don't get paid enough to do it.
They would train you. They would train you, and there are just sometimes you did all you could, and it wasn't enough. And it would happen all the time. There were long hold times like this, and the long hold times, when someone's already pissed off by the time they get to you, that makes it like way harder. And that would happen all the time because customer service call centers for big companies, it's a loss. It's a net loss. They don't make any money off of it. They're putting money in, and it's not bringing any other money in. So they hire the least amount of people. You're one person doing like 5 different people's jobs, like taking like 5 different types of phone calls. And they would also outsource some of our call volume to other companies where those employees had completely different standards and different rules and would get into less trouble for fucking up than we would. And they would just transfer calls to like internal people like me, because I actually work for the company all the time. They have like Captain Cunt on the phone that they didn't want to. Oh, we would get surveys that would determine our score and our bonus and our raises and everything. Well, everybody knew that if you have someone who's a total cunt on the phone, if you transfer them to somebody else, the person you transfer it to is going to get the survey, not you. So these outsourced people knew that, so they would transfer people to me all the time. And eventually I was like a stupid like customer service technical support tier 3 analyst coordinator bullshit, whatever I was. So there was nobody I could transfer to. Nobody. Except for like if someone was like, I want a supervisor.
So you never got that raise, or were you able to handle it?
What do you mean, as a supervisor?
You said you couldn't pass it off to anybody, so you were getting all those sour apples, right? You were getting sour Skittles.
Yes.
Did it fuck with your money?
Oh yeah, because your bonus every year was connected to like your overall performance and your raise and all that kind of shit. And just your status at the job. Well, I mean, another thing they do is they'd make you feel like you were always just barely doing good enough to keep your job.
No wonder you're so good at putting up with our community's bullshit all the time.
Oh my God. Like, well, I will say like you'd have like 10 stats, you know, like your hold time, your average call time, your time in between calls, like that kind of shit, your adherence to the schedule. And you could be doing really good in all of them, but if one of them was a little off, they'd be like, well, we want to see you bring this one up. What's your commitment that you want to make this month to do this? And if you didn't meet it, you'd get written up. And then you were like 3 more of those away from getting fired, no matter how good you were doing in everything else. Like that's how it was. Like it's like the sweatshops of the Western world, basically.
And I want to remind our viewers at the end of this segment, you're going to be able to tip us a Streamlabs. Any Streamlabs under $10, that's okay. You're free to tip under $10. Anything under $10, that's marked as a bad on us. $10 or more is a good. So please, at the end of this segment, when you go to do Streamlabs, do $10 or more. I'd appreciate it. It looks good on me and the company. Beyond that, you're free to do what you want to do.
Billy, I need you to sign out in about 15 minutes and come over to my desk. We need to talk about your adherence and your commitments for this month. We just need to have a conversation about that. So just log off and go into call work, please.
I would get fired. I would get fired. I would not do that. I would never do that. If I lived, if I worked in a job like that, I would definitely be the cool shooter type. It'd be over. Like, you just doing that triggered me. I was like, oh my God, I couldn't do this.
I haven't worked there in almost 10 years, and I still have dreams that I work there. Like, till this day.
There would be no TPS reports. There would be only police reports.
I have dreams that I'm sitting at a computer and there's like wah, 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 wah going off in my ear, but it's like almost like the teacher from Charlie Brown, and I can't quite make it out, but I can tell they're mad. And I'm trying, you know how you, like, in a dream, it's usually really hard to read? Like, I'm trying to, like, read the account on my computer screen, but I'm dreaming, and it's like, oh shit, I can't, like, read this. Like, what am I doing? This sucks. You know, that happens to me all the time.
Can't believe you had a dream job, Ben.
There was actually like the first year of DP, I was still doing that job. I was doing DP and working that job for like a year because I was afraid to quit the job to start doing DP because I didn't know what the fuck was going to go on with it. But yeah.
He blames much of the problem.
I have a Karen moment. Last night, our audience can tell me whether or not I was the bad guy. After the show, I went to the movie theater. Last showing, I was going to go see The Creator. At the movie theater, I've been
the Creator?
No, it's a movie about AI. And I went there, and my driver's license expired, but I had this digital email they sent me. They were like, show this as proof that you have your driver's license coming, and it can work as well. You have to have your expired ID. And I went to the door, and I'd been to this theater before. And I'm at the door, and they're like, "Oh, sorry, your ID's expired." I was like, "Oh no, I got this little thing here. It's my receipt. I paid for my driver's license just coming in the mail." And they're like, "No, we can't take that." I was like, last time your manager came and approved it." They bring the manager over. The manager's like, "Oh no, we can't take that." I was like, "I've been here like multiple times with this, and you guys took it. Is there another manager I could talk to?" The third manager came, and as I'm thinking this, I'm like, I'm a full Karen right now, but I know I'd been in this place multiple times. I know it's not like impossible for me to get inside, so I'm thinking I'm gonna be able to see this movie. The third manager turned me down, and I was like, this sucks. So this is a big waste of time. And then she was like, yeah. And then at that moment, I was like, I feel like an asshole for saying that. I feel like an asshole. I was like, sorry. Yeah, I was like, thank you guys. Have a good night. Have a good night. And I just left. But I felt like an asshole. And I didn't know how bad of a Karen was I.
All I know, like, all of the like really big asshole customers that I got were lucky, like that I'm not a psycho, because literally I had access to all of their information, like where they lived, everyone on their account, the last 4 digits of their social security number, who they called, who they texted, like literally everything. I had all of it. So like if they were being mean to someone who literally had so much of their personal information, it was ridiculous.
You should have ruined them, Ben. You should have went Eric July on them.
Now, I want to point out that when they would get customer surveys, they were asked to score us their customer experience between 0 and 10. But here's the thing. Here's what they didn't tell them. If they scored us anything 6 and below, it counted as a 0 towards our average. If it was 7 to 10, it would be 100. So you would think you give someone a 7, that's like a 70%. It's like a D. You know what I mean? But no, it wasn't like that. It was pass or fail, 0 to 6, 0%, 7 to 10, 100%.
Damn.
Isn't that bullshit?
That's bullshit.
And they don't even know that. They don't know that when they give someone a 7, they should have just given them a 0. They never explain that to people. So people be like, "Oh, he did okay. I'll give him a 7. You know, he did a fair job." You know, some people don't give 10s out of principle. You know, it was the dumbest system ever.
Even if a girl is Vanna White hot, I won't call her a 10. Like, you're a 9 that can spin letters. Rat Lord Alcaraz asked, why would they not let me in the theater, though? Apparently, they said that the proof of ID renewal had to be printed on paper. And I was like, they didn't give me a paper. They sent this in my email. And they're like, well, you have to print it out. I was like, what's the difference between being printed on paper and being here in digital form? It's the same exact information. They're like, sorry, you have to have it printed on paper. I was so pissed.
And products relying more on automation and technology. And customer patience, he says, is growing thinner.
8% of people said that one of the primary causes for the increase in incivility was related to the stress and strife associated with COVID.
43% of customers reported yelling or raising their voice.
Puma Fizz said, so you had a 69% chance of failing. Yeah, and it was all based on the subjective opinion of the customer. Like, I could have followed the rules of the company 100%, but it didn't matter if I had a dickhead customer or something they wanted that the company didn't want to give me to let them have. I would take the hit for it. I was the whipping boy for it. So, yeah, the odds were always stacked against me.
And roughly 1 in 10 are...
But honestly, the reason they did that is because they used to give you, like, yearly raises, and I got to the point where I was making more money than my supervisor and everything because I stayed on the phones and just kept being paid hourly. And when you're one of those people, you're on the hit list. They look for reasons to get rid of you because they want to hire someone else that makes way less money than you doing the same job. So
Dylan DePickle brings up a good point. I don't know if you know this, Ben, but the customer is always right.
Except for when they're wrong. I used to read this really cathartic website. It was called Not Always Right. I think it was notalwaysright.com. And it was just people in customer service like sharing funny and like nightmarish kind of stories.
Interested in seeking revenge on employees.
Buff weed,
But the reservation
Big
keeps-
Diesel. Fuck that. How you doing, brother?
The only reason I was making more, Mad Clown, only reason I was making more money than my boss is because I had worked there for a really long time and most people only lasted like 6 months and I was there for like 9 years. And the people who were my supervisors, they knew how to it wasn't that they just knew how, they were willing to like suck the dick the way they needed to become a supervisor and I wasn't. So they went to salary and they hadn't worked there as long as me. I had been working there longer and I was still hourly and I was getting paid like, I mean, now this sounds like nothing because it was like 10 years ago, but I was making like $22, $23 an hour, like working at a call center, but it was fucking awful. And by that point I actually had a psychologist that was like willing to grant me FMLA because it was like fucking with my head so bad. Like I couldn't even handle it anymore after a while. So.
The car here. That's why you have the reservations.
I know why we have reservations.
I don't think you do.
Social media is also providing a megaphone. The number of people posting complaints and shaming companies online has more than doubled since 2020. So what can people do?
I think a customer care experience from both sides, from the employee side and from the customer side, would benefit greatly from a good dose of kindness.
A reminder that courtesy counts, even when you complain. Nancy Chen, CBS News, New York.
Yeah, so they're just going to have to change the way this shit's done. I think AI will change it a lot. And then it sucks because like the people who Actually, I don't know. I see both sides of it. It's like people will lose their careers because of AI, but should people do this career? As someone who did it, I'm like, maybe they shouldn't. Maybe we shouldn't expect people to do it. And then, like, AI can't be abused like real people can on the phone and by their employer. I mean, like, every day I'm like, who's fucking me worst? Like, is it the customer or is it the business? Like, I felt like double fucked every day going home. And on the way home every day, I'd get a big ass fucking bag of Whataburger. And that was like my depression food on my way home from work because there was a Whataburger. It was like 2 freeway exits before I got home. And I would just stop there and like get back on the freeway and go home and eat my fucking Whataburger.
That reminds me a lot of this show, Ben. I'm wondering who fucks me better, you or the audience. And I go leave afterwards and get a big bag of cheeseburgers.
No, you don't.
I'm like, who fucks me better? The audience?
I said who fucks me worse. Not better.
Yeah, but it didn't say it reminds me exactly.
Yeah. Check this out. This is weird. This is actually local to us. A swarm of wasps attacked Seattle officers.
Holy shit, what?
They were trying to arrest a carjacking suspect, and they got attacked by wasps.
What the fuck? Is this a new supervillain, Wasp Man?
Is this dude? I think I've been through this tunnel before. I'm like, hold on. Did this dude just try to carjack the cops by like, dude, if you got a knife in your hand and you run in front of my car like this, I am hitting your ass. You are getting hit by my car.
Yeah.
Why would I
brakes are gonna
stop?
fail me.
Yeah. So this dude is just hanging out in the bridge, and when someone drives in the tunnel, he's gonna carjack you with a knife. Like, what?
He's like, excuse me, officer. Would you please step out of the car?
Is this like an undercover cop or something?
I would hope. Holy shit. Unless he's trying to show he has a knife so he can... Oh, I don't know.
Oh, God. See, there's a person. Oh, are these his people that help carjack or what?
Seattle Police, get your hands up. Turn around and get on the ground.
Quick,
get on the ground.
Beehive at him.
You know what I think? Maybe that shit is just dash cam photo, but now it's under the purview of Seattle Police, so it had their like insignia on it, and this is like the actual cops coming, and maybe that's the stolen car right
that
there.
Good of a music. Could be.
Please
don't stop the music. The music.
So they go down into these woods where it's obviously a homeless person carjacking people. It's like
we have our suspect running.
Get on the ground.
This sucks for these cops. They're about to get it. I can see Lake Union, I think, right there.
Get on the
ground. Is it Lake Union?
It might be. It's very hilly
Or is
like
it-
this over near Lake Union, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Get your hands behind your back.
I think they crushed like a wasp nest and they're about to get
Do not
attacked.
reach.
Fuck.
What's he got? Oh, is it?
Stay.
Oh, he had a drink?
You hear me, doggies? Stay on the ground.
You hear me, doggies?
Is he saying, do you hear me, doggies?
Is he calling the bees? Does he call them his honey doggies? Like, do you hear me, honey doggies? Bite him, honey doggies. Attack, honey doggies.
Get over here.
Get over here! Oh,
You can see the bees swarming around them.
Yeah, and he's got his taser. That's not going to stop him.
Honestly, dude, I'm not pro cops. But in this situation, I would just shoot the guy in the head and run away from the bees.
Oh my God! The one cop is about to be. The one cop is about to be like, "I'm getting stunned, dude."
Oh, I'm getting stunned, dude. I'm getting... Turn around. You send me later? I'm coming. Get on your stomach. Watch out, Danny.
Yeah, watch that fall, Danny.
Watch that. All right, come on, let's get it.
Oh my God!
There's sticker bushes on one side, bees on the other.
Yeah, it's blackberries, I think.
I would be police brutalitying this guy just for getting me in this bush. I'd be so pissed. This is another reason why I can't be a cop either.
Oh, dude, he's getting. It's like right on. There was one right on his neck, stinging him.
Every time we see a job, Ben, I'm going to tell people whether or not I could do it, and you're going to tell people whether or not it was better than the call center. Is this job better than the call center?
Seattle police.
This particular moment, would you be like, nah, fuck that, I'm going back to the call center?
It's not just this moment. Overall, I mean, like, the Seattle police put up with a lot of shit. Like I would not want to have a job where I get shot at. You know, like, I don't think this job is bad. People are saying more pay. I don't know, dude. I said
it's your destiny to be a Seattle police officer, Ben.
Fuck no, it's not.
Come on. Oh, is it Seattle?
No, it's Yellow Jackets everywhere, dude.
Come on, man. Oh, yeah, we gotta grab him and go. Come on. We gotta go. I got him from this.
Fuck that, dude. This is the worst. I hate every moment of this. The drags to the sticker bushes, the bees. The guy probably stinks too. He probably smells as bad as Riley.
As Riley.
I'm not gonna wipe my ass for a week.
Yep, we're getting
Next time I see Riley, he's gonna smell me. And if he tells me I stink, I'll know he doesn't smell. If he can't pick up on my stench,
someone needs it
he's
now.
a stinky boy.
We're gonna get you some water. You're just water. Relax.
I wonder how bad the perp got stung.
Just sit down right there. We try to get you away from the bees. You understand that?
Hey, water. I got water.
Dude, he's like dying.
He got maced and bees and drugged through the sticker bushes. Redneck Sister Fister says this dude is kind of fit though.
I mean, he's homeless.
When you're homeless, you have an amazing body. You're not allowed to eat enough. You're doing
you're robbing people,
drugs, and you're constantly fighting everybody around you.
Did he actually steal that car with a knife? Like, literally, you're not going to get away with, like, I am going to run you over. Like, you're getting run over, dude. I'm going to hit you at, like, 50 miles an hour.
Some people would rather get out of their car than hurt somebody else, right?
But
There's a lot
if
of
I
people.
get out of my car, you could hurt me anyway.
Yeah, well, some people are trying to be attacked at knife point. It gets them off.
Okay.
I could assume anybody who drives around in that little green buggy to please don't stop the music is into consensual non-consent.
Dude, here's a great one. Actually, we're going to start the Oddities segment with this next one. Here we go. That's going to freak me out the next time I know I'm driving through a tunnel. Is there going to be a homeless guy trying to, like, carjack me with a knife? I drive through tunnels all the time.
I'm more worried about that tunnel being out of commission and I die and then my family has to sue Google.
Shit.
Hank Chill says there are obese bums in Seattle that play ukulele and sell hash. Yeah, those are called the good ones, dude.
Yeah.
If they're fat and homeless, they're going to be able to play ukulele and sell hash. They're like the Snorlax of homeless people. This one is more like a Raichu or a Greninja.
So
if homeless people were Pokemon, I could classify every homeless person based on the Pokemon they were closest related to.
I think this is homeless, or I think this is COVID era here. Because this guy shows up to a Zoom court meeting with the username buttfucker3000.
Oh, I know him.
Then we'll bring this fool in.
Here it is. The judge looks like Gerard Depardieu, by the way. The judge in the upper left-hand corner.
Oh, okay. I was looking at the other camera version of him.
Yeah, there's 2 cameras of him in the courtroom.
You think Gerard Depardieu?
That's what I see.
Huh.
And then yeah, lower right, buttfucker 3000.
Good morning, sir. What's your name?
Apparently there's a player on the Portland Trail Blazers named Scoot Henderson. Just thought that was funny. Anyway,
Tip train.
That is funny.
Me?
Yeah, you. Yes.
Nathaniel Saxon, sir.
Your name's not Buttfucker 3000, you yo-ho. Logging into my court with that as your screen name.
Why
We'll
would
discuss that in a little bit.
I mean, like, literally, a judge could be like, that's contempt. That's...
What kind of idiot logs into court like that? What's your name again?
The look on his face makes it seem like he didn't do it on purpose. He looked horrified when the judge said that. Dude, he looks... So you don't see Gerard Depardieu?
No, I see like...
Hold on.
An old lesbian.
Yeah, Gerard Depardieu. What are you talking about?
Wow.
Dude.
I think this guy probably accidentally typed his password in the screen name.
Look.
When you go to sign up.
Look. It's Gerard Depardieu. Dude, you see people all the time that look nothing alike and you say they look alike.
I think if you Googled lesbian grandma with diabetes.
I don't want your weird porn,
like
Billy. I don't want your weird porn.
I don't know why you would put this evil on Gerard Depardieu, Francis.
This is
most
Judge
sexiest
Depardieu.
Man 7 years in a row.
This is Judge Depardieu.
Nathaniel Saxton, sir, but I don't believe that I typed anything like that in.
Well, that's what it says.
Why, I apologize. That's just not me.
Yeah, you should. I'll put you in the waiting room. You can sit in limbo for a while. And
I love how they're using StreamYard for, or no, it's Zoom. They're using Zoom for court.
what
It's
you
just
call yourself online.
Well, that's what Zoom was picked up by everybody after COVID.
The stock went sky high. I had used it for like therapy sessions before COVID, so I had heard of it before.
Yeah, everybody thinks that China started COVID, but it was obviously Zoom.
Over Billy's cam.
Better not. Better not. I'll hold you in contempt for suggesting that.
Mr. Grossnickel.
All right, there's that. Another.
Hold up. This guy's named Grossnickel? That's almost as bad as Buttfucker 3000.
Here is another song, another King Cobra remix song. Check this out.
Why do you care how I jack off?
What's up, YouTube? So I want to say a couple things. One, you might see me on Chatterbait whacking off to some hot of age chick. That's just my own thing. But hey, you know what? You gotta get creative with your masturbation. And sometimes when I'm jacking off to hot chicks on Chatterbait, I'm like, booyaka, booyaka, booyaka. Jacking off on Chatterbait. Hey, jacking off on Chatterbait. Yeah. I jack off to hot chicks on Chatterbait. I'm like, booyaka, booyaka, booyaka.
619.
Hey, jacking off on Chatterbait. Yeah. That's just my own thing. Don't worry about it. And sometimes when I'm jacking off to hot chicks on Chatterbait, they'll be like, oh, hey, I see you.
I like how when they do every time he says hot chicks, it's a picture of his dad in drag.
Check me out what I'm doing. They're like, what the fuck is this shit? I'm sitting there going, hey, hot chick. Well, I'm like jacking off all the time. But once in the blue moon, I jack off to hot chicks. And I'm sitting there going, oh, jeez, I'm never going to stop. I'm like, booyaka, booyaka, booyaka. Jacking off on Chatterbait. Hey, jacking off on Chatterbait. Yeah. I jack off to hot chicks on Chatterbait. I'm like, booyaka, booyaka, booyaka. Jacking off on Chatterbait. Hey. Jacking off a chatterbait. Yeah, that's just my own thing. Don't worry about it. Hey, I'm jacking off. Hey, jacking off. Hey, yeah, I jack off to hot chicks on chatterbait. I'm like, hey, I'm jacking off. Hey,
I liked it. Here is. Let me know if we already watched this one. I can't remember. Other people out there, if you can remember if we watched this one, I can't remember.
It's been a while since I've seen his feet.
I want to work on my damn music. I'm working on the album right now. I'm not going to have it done probably until the 1st of October, but it'll get done.
He's always swirling that drink like a fine wine.
The aromatics.
I want to send
Bush
Ozzy
peach.
Osbourne some tactical soap, and you too can get you some of that. Coupon code KingCobra, get you 15% off.
It only gets you $1 off of. Yeah, that's not 15% of $50.
Trolling.
No, you know what I think it is? I think he might not even notice it, but I think his affiliate percentage might have got downgraded or something. I don't know why it's $1 off at all. Like, you'd think they would just terminate it rather than just do $1 off, but
what the heck, man?
Yes.
I wonder if they have a blanket catch-all to give $1 off.
Could I make Ozzy a wand? I did make him one, yes, but I would be happy to make him another one that's not so bulky and, you know. Except Ozzy Osbourne's not dying for a long time. So.
He's not looking too good.
And you don't have to say that.
So I'm going to have to.
You can have wishful
block your
thinking.
comment.
I saw, because they're doing a podcast, it's edited, so like a lot of the probably really weird, awkward stuff with Ozzy is edited out. There's some good moments where he's still like witty and funny. I saw him do like an off-the-cuff interview with Piers Morgan on Piers Morgan's YouTube channel, and it didn't go very well. And I think part of it was like the weird delay, like Ozzy didn't know how to react with that. But also Ozzy's just like, he's got Parkinson's, so he's shaky and like... He was hard enough to understand, like, when he didn't have Parkinson's when he talked, so it's, like, even worse now. They used to give him subtitles.
Were any of the moments as bad as Mitch McConnell's moments?
Well, he didn't just, like, freeze up and just stop talking. He's just, like, shaky, and he already, I mean, like, they gave him subtitles on the Osbourne show back in the day because he's just kind of, he was a mumbly kind of guy with a thick accent. You know,
I just want to make sure he can still be a politician.
I don't think he'll be a politician.
My day's not too bad. I got like some money from Customized Girl. Then I got a $24 donation from one of my fans. And I was able to deliver a case of Bush Peach.
Air Joe says an Aussie podcast without subtitles sounds rough. They should just have an AI clean up his voice.
Well, YouTube does auto-generated subtitles, but I didn't watch those. A lot of times those are wrong. They've gotten better over the years. But yeah, I could understand most of what he was saying, but yeah, I mean, he already was hard to understand and now he has Parkinson's, so he's like he doesn't have motor control like he used to. So but I will say I found it entertaining and his contribution to it was entertaining too. But then he did this interview where there wasn't good editing and there wasn't like him reacting to someone where there's like a delay over the internet is hard because his muscle control is off. So the reaction is off. There's a delay with his reaction and there's that internet delay. So that made it really awkward when he was talking to Piers Morgan. Plus, Piers Morgan's awkward. So
in town, like Windy City Deliveries that delivers alcohol. They're a bit more expensive than Windy City Deliveries, but
They're worth it.
I wish Cobra, but you know what? I almost said I wish Cobra could learn to drive, but I'm almost sure he would drive drunk, so I rescind even that thought. But his life would be so much easier, and he would save a lot of money if he could just like drive and pick up what he needs. Or if he could.
I wish he had a girlfriend with a driver's license in a car.
That's an even taller
That'd be perfect.
I mean, the drivers were so friendly too. Do I own a top hat and monocle? No, I do not.
You should. Cobra was once nice enough to give us a preview of the new album.
Yeah, he plays a little bit of it here.
Society's poison is toxic. Fuck the trolls, I won this war.
Sounds like
Shit,
Cobra.
this sounds like my new album.
I was about to say it sounds like Captain Kool-Aid's song last night.
Kool-Aid's song was great.
His timing was so off, like it was painful to me. I'm like, all right, he's gonna sing now, and it was like, okay. But I don't want to reveal anything. I don't want to. You guys should watch Actual Mania from last night, though. Stuff happened. We can't even. There were words said that would get us terminated from YouTube, and there were body parts shown that would get us terminated from YouTube. That's all I have to say.
I was extremely disappointed in everybody involved.
That made me laugh too.
The album should be dropping sometime next month on Halloween. So I gotta get the album done before Halloween. A mead update. It's not ready yet. On the 30th of September, I'll be filtering it into a new bottle with all the fruit that's already in it, fermenting out of it.
It's
then
not
adding
looking
like 3
good.
cups of sugar to it, giving it a shake, and letting it stankify and do its thing.
Stankified? That's something I want to drink. Give it to me stankified, please.
1 packet of that 1118 yeast makes 5 gallons of homemade wine.
He's using wine-making yeast because someone sent it to him.
And it proofs out to like 18% by alcohol and volume. That's what the fucking... You want to talk shit in the comment section, that's what the fucking internet said. I Googled the yeast packets that I used. The winemaking yeast packet said that it distills to 18%. I don't have to be a fucking expert when I can just look it up on the internet, stupid. I'm not grumpy, I'm just sitting here hanging out. I was going to do a bacon cheeseburger with like bananas and, I got the ingredients to make it now. It's going to have Nutella, peanut butter, bananas, bacon, burgers, mozzarella cheese.
Delicious.
And some Toll House cookies or a Toll House chocolate chip lovers cookie on it.
Oh my goodness.
I'd love to open up my own restaurant. My restaurant would be so clean that the health inspector would think I was being anal and say, keep it up. The food would be so delicious, Guy Fieri would cream his pants. The Cobra's Cafe Bar and Grill. Come take a bite out of your hunger.
Is that on the new album, Cobra's Cafe? We got the biggest burgers you've seen all day.
Pitcher of beer.
Asperger's.
For $6.
Troll House cookie.
And a soda pop to go mixed with it of your choice for an extra $2. Have like Bud Light, Budweiser products, Coke and Pepsi products on tap. Like if a 50s greaser diner had sex with a Spencer's gift shop.
Oh, God.
And they were like,
okay, that's a weird combo there. And they're selling like dildos in the back, and they got like edible undies.
let's just put it this way. Our hot dogs all come with a Jacob's ladder down the shaft.
There's everywhere, like Viking stuff, you know. A little radical on the theme, but there you go. I'd have arcade games, a pool table, or 2 pool tables, yeah.
2.
My restaurant would have burgers, pizzas, homemade fries, homemade cheese sticks, nachos.
And those are just the condiments.
Ribs.
Homemade nachos as a condiment. I made a pizza today and I was very happy with it. Because
what'd you put it on? A burger?
No, I just made it as a pizza. I ordered these special pizza pans. You know the pizza pans that have like holes in the bottom of them?
Yeah.
It's really good for like a charred bottom. You like put it on the bottom rack and you get like a crispy char on the bottom when you do that. It's amazing. I finally made it because a lot of the dough I was using was like instant dough where you make it like within like a couple hours. And last night I did like a warm, like room temperature fermentation where I let the dough rise for like 12 hours. And when I made this little dough ball and then overnight it like almost filled the entire bowl. Like it like expanded and I took part of that. I still have like some left. It's like the best dough where like you can stretch it and stretch it and stretch it and it doesn't tear. You know, it just keeps stretching.
Yeah.
So I made a pizza with that. It was actually pretty insane. And when it baked, it like rose up and became like crispy and on the outside, but like really fluffy on the inside. The only thing I haven't done yet, which I guess is a little bit of laziness, is I haven't made sauce from scratch. It's been canned sauce the whole time, but I've been thinking about making like a scratch sauce eventually. I don't know.
Yeah, Target is selling the skull muffin pans, so you can make pizza skulls. If you get the pizza muffin pans and put the muffin pans and put the pizza dough and the innards inside, they make little pizza skulls. I don't know if you guys have seen the pizza skulls on TikTok. You can get the pizza skull pans from Target and make pizza skulls at home.
Nachos and
Probably not as
ribs.
delicious as Ben's pizza, but you could do it for Halloween.
And occasionally I'd serve pasta, but like I can cook all those 6 things that I named. So it wouldn't be nothing but a thing, dude.
On nothing but a thing.
Here's the mead.
I love his
all its
teleportation
glory.
powers. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's it. You shouldn't be putting real fruit in it.
Burgers. I can say that cause I have it. Cobra needs some CB therapy to help with his impulse buying and lack of a thick hide.
What is CB therapy?
I'm not sure what that. I will say he shouldn't have put, like a lot of people put the fruit in during the second fermentation, so that it doesn't get moldy. There's not a lot of wine with like chunks of fruit in it. Hopefully he filters that out soon.
Based off the research I've been doing.
Cognitive behavioral therapy places an emphasis on helping individuals learn to be their own therapists. Through exercises in the session as well as homework exercises outside of sessions,
I did that.
Patients' clients are helped to develop coping skills whereby they can learn to change their own thinking, problematic emotions, and behavior.
Yeah, I had a therapist that was into that.
When your homemade mead is fermenting, you want to look for bubbles like this on the top.
You want those bubbles. Don't tell them to give it a taste.
It doesn't need to be burped, but for the hell of it, we're just going to give it a crack.
Oh, God. Kobe, what are you doing, Kobe?
Barely crack that seal. And I'll be straining it on the 30th to get rid of all the fruit that's floating on top here and all the stuff.
Today's the 30th.
People are saying,
It's
bro,
strain day,
that's
baby.
mold. It might be
strain
mold.
day.
Some of it looks dark, which makes me, and it's in like clusters. but I can't see it. It might just be holes in the bubbles at the top, but it does kind of look like mold.
Dissolved into the liquid.
Tiny bubbles.
Oh, it does look like mold.
It
Oh, it's
definitely
floating.
smells really good. I ain't gonna stunt, YouTube.
No.
The fermentation on top is looking very nice.
You can't smell it through the bottle. What are you doing?
But yeah, this is my 1 gallon jar of strawberry honey homemade mead. I made the wine.
CBT why Agnilius likes his shock collar so much.
Yeah. Egghead has cognitive bias shock therapy.
On the 21st of September. And now
It's a Pavlovian
it's
response.
just fermenting as we speak. When I see the fermentation bubbles are on the side here, I'm like, that's a good sign, folks. But it's doing its thing, YouTube. I still have the banjo. Yeah, it's a little dusty and it needs a string, but I still got it.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I didn't even realize he had a banjo until your favorite son did his documentary and got like a little shot in the corner where he keeps his guitar. And I noticed there was a banjo there. He's trying to play it like a guitar.
Pretty darn
There will
good.
be no CBT in this class.
Justin, we need this CBT.
Oh.
We are 75% of the way to our goal, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the
Doing
tip
great.
train and the continued support of the Drunken Peasants podcast.
If you want to donate, I'll put Cash App and PayPal in the chat real quick. You don't have to, but it's greatly appreciated. I hate Cyrax.
Fuck
But
Sicko.
not as much as I hate sickos.
I cannot.
Well, he thinks Cyrax is a sicko. That's why he
I hate
hates him.
Cyrax as much as I hate sickos.
Sell mead on Etsy without a liquor selling license.
He's got to knock on the door.
I wonder who that could be.
Better put on your
Better
hat.
not put on that hat, boy.
Gotta be presentable when you answer the door. Oh shit. The Zoom.
Can I help you? Yeah, is it paid for? I'll take it.
I like how he always asks if it's paid for. It's almost always paid for. If it comes from like DoorDash or Uber Eats or whatever, it would only be like pizzas, which they don't do this as much as they used to, where they would like bake a pizza and send someone to like send it to you and you got to pay for it at the door. I feel like that's less common now because of like pranks and shit, and you end up like baking a pizza and paying someone to deliver it when there's no one there to pay for it.
I think it's also just less common now because everybody pays through DoorDash and stuff. You can have it paid up front easier.
Even
Just
before
easier to pay
DoorDash
upfront.
and shit, I was using like Papa John's and Pizza Hut's like delivery like online because I just hated calling and talk because I worked in a call. Yeah, here's another thing. I hate calling customer service now. I am like overly traumatized. I do not like calling places for anything. And if I end up having to call, even if it's important, I put it off till the last minute.
Yeah, I do the same thing. It's
Dude has
anxiety.
classic ADHD going off half-cocked. Tries to speed run everything while only learning the minimum. Maybe he should learn how to actually properly before trying to elaborate on it. Also, I thought Cyrax was playable in Mortal Kombat.
Wrong Cyrax, bro. Cobra's gotten around with doing things his way, and he lives in a world where he can.
Did you say Cyrax or King Cobra?
King Cobra.
Oh,
I
thought you just
the
said
Cyrax. I was referring to Cyrax being a different character in Mortal Kombat.
Oh, okay.
Than in Lolcow world.
Okay.
But yeah, Cobra exists in a world where he gets to do things in this broken, twisted way, and they don't rarely ever pan out to the rest of the world, but he's somehow almost always satisfied with his accomplishments. That's pretty good. Like, really, you all should only be achieving things daily to impress yourself. If you're doing it for anybody else, you're doing it for the wrong reasons. Now, I should say you should probably strive to be impressive enough that you keep yourself entertained, but Cobra seems to be entertained. So what can we really do? He might be living the perfect life, and we don't know it.
Thanks, man. I didn't order it. It's probably can't. Yeah, sure. That was can't food.
What you got there, Cobes? Is it a Subway?
Hey, trolls. Thanks for the cat food. I really appreciate it, man.
Fuck.
I know a lot.
He shouldn't have ate that cat food. Honestly, that could have made him sick. They don't.
He ate the cat food?
Like a couple weeks ago, his troll sent him cat food, and he ate it on camera. And I think he thought he was owning them when he did it, but in reality, they sent it to him hoping he would freak out, but him eating it was like an unexpected benefit to that. So now they're sending him more cat food, and honestly, cats have very different dietary needs and digestive systems. You probably should not eat cat food. It's up to like standards for a cat to eat. A cat can eat straight up raw meat and be okay.
Cyrax versus Cobra in Morone Combat. Fight.
Moron Combat!
People who have cat food, who need cat food. So thanks.
Save that for dinner. Nasty, man. It's all about the heat, weed, cat
food.
food.
Save that for my friends and family who have cats. I'm sure they'll appreciate that.
Hell yeah.
All my neighbors have cats.
That's the fringe benefits of being Cobra's friend or family. You get all this cool shit for free.
My friends got cats, so I'll give it to them. My trolls are such fucking losers, dude. One of my trolls sent me cat food on one of my streams, and to own their sad asses, I ate the cat food.
King Cobra.
And didn't even get mad at it. Now they're gonna keep sending me it because they think it's funny. It's like you're wasting your money to troll Cobra.
Because this is kind of a diversion, but because AEW's in town and they're doing like a show tonight and tomorrow, I've met quite a few wrestlers just through like going to Bumbershoot with Scott and Drew and like going to all their shows and stuff. And I'm starting to see people that I follow, like a couple of them were hanging out with Mick Foley.
Is he with AEW right now?
Yeah, I think. Well, he's in town. He's in town.
That's cool.
Definitely. Like at this beach that's like south of Seattle, like halfway between Seattle and Tacoma. There was like a picture down there. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I wish I could go to the show, just have too much going on right now.
I prefer Puppet Joshua. Bring back the puppet. He's just a filthy hand animal.
Whoa, we don't use that term here, Dragon of the West. Just because some people on Actual Mania thought it was cool to bust out slurs doesn't mean we're going to allow... Actually, you paid. Sure, whatever, Streamlabs. You could say that one.
Doesn't work. I'll take that food and give it to like the animal shelters for people who can't afford cat food for their cats and things like that.
I found a new favorite PNW-based female wrestler at Bumbershoot. It was funny because Drew and Scott hadn't watched wrestling from the stands in a long time, and there were some matches on the first day of Bumbershoot that they weren't part of that show, so we sat in the stands and watched it. And there's this woman wrestler from Vancouver. She goes by the name Tara Zepp, Tarazep, and she did this, like, for lack of a better term, a pussy bump. And when she landed on it, she went, "Ow, my pussy!" like that. I've never heard anyone do that ever.
I hear that a lot.
Well, not in a wrestling match.
Oh yeah, yeah. I
And-
just started cutting my fingernails.
Her name, yeah, you get those hangnails, you know, like, but it was funny because there was like a silence over the crowd, like, ow, my pussy.
She should change her name to Tara Labia.
I told her she should put it on a t-shirt, like a pro wrestling tees. She has like a wicked clown kind of, like she'll wrestle at Gathering of the Juggalos or whatever.
She will be Violent J's queen one day.
Maybe so. She's already like getting her foot in the door in WWE, you say? Like,
hey, she cleans up pretty nice. She looks really good in the suit.
Yeah, you know.
Someone sign her.
She is like in her, I don't know. I don't even know what to call this type of outfit.
Pumpkin evening gown?
Pumpkin evening gown on the bathroom countertop. Oh, dude, did you see the thirst though? Look who's posting some thirst right here.
RVD, he's allowed to.
He is.
RVD.
As long as Katie's like, bring her over.
RVD pulls baddies. Baddies.
Katie Forbes helps with that.
Who's this
This is
fellow
her
down there with the
this guy?
Who's this gentleman?
I don't it's in Atlantic City.
Huh.
Yeah, but
He
she
looks
was
like
like,
he's been
ouch,
through
my
some shit.
pussy. But yeah, she's the one I saw with Mick Foley. She was with Mick Foley and one of Bret Hart's nieces in like a picture.
Nice.
That was local to here, so
Good stuff.
All right, back to
Hank Chill thinks that was Cyrex's dad. For one, I would hope
that guy was in
his
too good of
genes
shape.
Didn't make Cyrex, and two, if it was, he did the best thing leaving him. Like, so, you usually talk down on dads who abandon their children, but you never applaud the dads that left a real loser behind, right? Like, you kind of want to give a guy a round of, like, you dodged that bullet, dude. Imagine wasting 18 years of your life raising that piece of shit.
Greetings, fellow YouTubers. This is an RIP stream for John Kennedy, who is the bassist or former bassist for Cradle of
Holy
Filth.
fuck. The Kennedy curse strikes again.
Yeah, he was one of the original members of Cradle of Filth. He was only like 5 years older than me, too.
He died at 46. Devil Speed, my
4 years
man.
older
Rest
than
in
me.
peace. Okay, I wonder how it tried to balls. Blah, fuck. I was gonna bust out a shriek for him, but my shriek's not on par at the moment. Before you do anything,
That was sweet, Tubes.
Yeah, I want to drink some beer for him.
I'm going to nuke your eardrums. No, that's all head. You know, when I went to Kirkland Oktoberfest, it's all volunteers there because it's like a charity event. And I got there when it opened. And it was very clear that a lot of the volunteers there did not know how to pour a German beer. Because, like, I went to the beer stand, like, they opened the gates and I went in and went directly to the beer stand. And this guy poured a beer, like, boom, like that. And it just, like, foamed the fuck up. You got to pour that beer so slow. It's unbelievable.
Pour some on the chair for him.
Nice little bush on the floor for Kennedy.
That chair has mold on it.
That chair is a cradle
Mildew.
of filth.
It is, literally.
Okay, that was a little raspy. Fuck. You have those days where, you know, but no, you see a thing where it's like, you try to do it and it just doesn't want to work. I don't have comments turned on for chat. So we can focus on the memory of John Kennedy.
There, look at that pour. That was a better pour.
Well, it was already like 2/3 full when he did it.
And flat. He tilted it. He had it right for a second there.
And it's Bush. Like, literally
There we go.
the
One-
European beers foam up like Belgian beer. You have to pour it so slow. It's unbelievable.
One decent one out. But yeah, I want to go on live real quick and pay my respects without chat on, because my trolls would spam the chat with hate and fucked up comments. I'm not gonna cry on stream if I can help it.
Whoa, that was a monster.
No disrespect to the recently deceased, but that's good beer. I don't know how much time I have left on this planet. And quite frankly, I don't spend all day worrying about it. I just make the best of every day that I have.
Alive.
Well, I got to streak
Necromancer's asking
alongside.
if that mic he's holding up is picking anything up. I'm not convinced it is. I feel like we
Herpes.
would it's picking up herpes. I feel like we would hear a different vocal inflection if it was. I think maybe he's just using it as a prop.
Danny at the concert, which I thought was pretty cool. I shouted things like Prince Andrew is a nasty wanker and God save the Queen. But that's neither here nor there. Someday I'll be as famous as Danny Filth and Ozzy Osbourne.
As close as he's holding the microphone to his lips, there would be a weird distortion to it, I think.
Yeah.
Could be wrong about that.
Give it time and keep grinding away and doing what I'm doing. And for that matter, I hope those two live a long life, you know? I don't want to think about it. I want to pour some out again for John Kennedy.
Holy fuck, drink the shit.
Yeah, isn't he always like too broke to buy alcohol with his account in the negative? He should not be pouring it into the... He should be like, you want to pour one out for your dead homie, like pour it into your mouth for your dead homie.
Ozzy Osbourne.
It's not every day that someone in Cradle of Filth dies.
There's been a lot of them.
He's not a complete alcoholic. He's able to waste an ounce.
There was one member of Cradle of Filth that was actually killed in a mass murder in Norway a couple of years ago where someone used a bow and arrow. It was on the news. I think we might have even talked about it. But like one of the members of Cradle of Filth was killed in like a mass murder attack in I think 2021 or 2020.
Basically old enough to be my grandfather, you know, and I'm cool with that. It's like aging a fine mead, you know, you get better with age. It's like, how fucking miserable do my YouTube trolls gotta be like, I know Cobra is super autistic, so I wanna...
No, he's still pouring it too. Tipping is one part of it, but pouring slow is the other part. You don't have to tip
there's
as
the
much
head at the end there.
So like there's a tip to pour speed ratio, and the slower, like the less you tip, you have to pour it a little slower.
Yeah, that also works for ordering in restaurants. The slower the waitress is, the less I tip.
Stream, just kind of hang out, drink with you for a bit.
How long did he wait for that foam to go away? Because it just disappeared.
Excuse me.
You ever see people get that foam in their beer, then they put their finger in it, and like the oil of their finger sucks up all the foam?
I used to do it even
Too many
worse.
dead homies in these mean Casper streets.
I used to do it.
R.I.P. in the streets.
I used to do it even worse. I would like touch my nose and my nose oil and hold that over the foam. Yeah.
Oh, you might as well just dip the fucking nose in, right?
I mean, you do sometimes when you. Well, I got a big schnoz, so like it happens naturally anyway.
You could skip having it, like if you're with people, you could skip wiping your nose and putting it. You could just like go to take a quick sip and then douse your nose in really quick.
Someone
Nobody
said that's
would know you
gross.
nosed
It's
it.
only gross if I'm serving it to someone else doing that. If I'm drinking it myself, it's my own face grease.
Okay, then we're gonna
Right.
hold that. We're gonna hold that explanation to anytime Cobes does something gross. It's only gross if he serves it to someone else.
Well, I mean, face oil is different than like bug-ridden bogritos, right?
I feel like you want to call me crazy, but like, how do you think like dead people and ghosts eat? Here's a little thinker for you. I think that whenever human beings eat food or consume drink, then once it's been consumed and all of that, that food and drink becomes available on the other side.
Hey,
Wow.
Brian. Cheers with the big M. Get just $1 over the 666. It was so close. It was so
M?
close. Cheers, though. Thank you.
M?
The M stands for murder. Simone says, do you eat your own boogers too? Because those are yours too. No, you don't eat the boogers. You wipe them across sandwiches so other people don't eat your sandwiches.
There you go.
It's called sandwich protection.
And by the way,
clause.
I didn't use my facial grease to drink. I just used it to melt the foam. I did that back in the day.
Yeah.
So that
before I knew how to properly pour.
when the spirits see
I'll do the
their
same
loved
thing
one,
when I want a woman
Just
to
like
dry up
exotic
when we're having
soil,
coitus.
Are they not, in fact, Cobes bugs?
Your Honor, are they not, in fact, Cobes bugs?
Yes, they are.
We need Eric July to give us the ultimate law on this, since he's the rules lawyer of all the internet.
their fans or friends or family drinking it, and they say to themselves, I want whatever they're having. And as soon as in the alive world it's consumed, it becomes available to the deceased, i.e. ghost food.
I think that might have been the second week where 666 was passed up by $1, wasn't it?
Yeah, maybe. Do you hear
there a
this ghost
phantom
food
donor?
shit, by the way? Do you know?
The ghost food?
Yeah.
What?
Have you heard what he's been talking about this whole time? The ghost
No.
food? All right, let me back it up. Let's focus.
Well, you could just say what he was talking about.
Hold on.
That food and drink.
Hold on. I want him to say it in his own words.
Oh, 1 second. Excuse me.
You just want to play that burp again.
I feel like you want to call me crazy, but like, how do you think like dead people and ghosts eat?
How do dead people and ghosts eat?
Here's a little thinker for you. I think that whenever human beings eat food or consume drink, then once it's been consumed and all of that, that food and drink becomes available on the other side. So that when the spirits sees their loved ones or their fans or friends or family drinking it, and they say to themselves, I want whatever they're having. And as soon as in the alive world it's consumed, it becomes available to the deceased.
That's not
i.e. ghost
exactly
food.
correct.
Ghost food.
It's not exactly correct. Ghosts are only allowed to consume from the human realm when ritual is involved. So you have rituals, aka you have the Dia de los Muertos, you have Halloween. These are all food-based rituals. Thanksgiving, Christmas dinner. These are all food-based rituals. This opens up the ghost realm to eating, feasting within the human realm. Another thing that happens through ritual is like, if you, let's say you're drinking a beer. Let's say there's a lot of foam on the beer.
You could light a cigar for your
Let's say there's a lot of foam on the beer. What you do is through ritual, you wipe some grease off your nose and you put it in the foam of the beer. This opens up the ghost realm to take a big old sip, and they get all that foam out when they're sipping because they only have a certain amount of time until the level of the ritual fades away. So all you gotta do is just give a little ritual, and boom, Ghost is drinking.
I used to go to Old Town Albuquerque for Day of the Dead, and they'd have a lot of cool stuff down there. And there was like a little chapel where you would like write something about like the dead person that you were there for on a piece of paper and burn it. There was like a little place to like burn it. They had like a little fireplace for it. It was really cool.
You know, that sounds kind of good. I want a slice of that.
I used to love the masks they would sell.
Boom, it just
the like sugar skull masks.
materializes.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, those are dope.
That's just sort of the comfort of the afterlife, if you will. Some solace in that, I guess. I call it ghost food. That's all like ghosts are able to eat and shit. A lot of people have this weird fascination with death and the afterlife, and well, as long as it doesn't cross the line, you know, no harm in having a fascination with the macabre, as long as it doesn't cross the line, you know. Fuck sickos.
Fuck sickos.
If you fuck sickos, though, doesn't that make you a sicko?
I don't know if it's Highlander rule.
There can be only no Highlander rules. There can be only one, and obviously there cannot only be one sicko.
Silence for
The ultimate rule of Highlander is there can be only one.
Mr. John Kennedy, former bassist of Cradle of Filth, who died at 46.
Careful, this sounds like a ritual. Ghost gonna drink all your beer, Cobes. Oh no. Is he crying or is he puking? Why can't he swallow? What's going on?
I love how he looks at it.
Alive.
I do want to say I'm surprised. I'm not going to give too much away, but someone did a very good Cobra impersonation last night in Actual Mania. It was surprising.
I'll say it right now. It was Honest Red.
I am actually an old school like fan of the Highlander movies. When I was like a middle schooler that was really into sci-fi, Highlander was actually a really big sci-fi franchise, sci-fi fantasy franchise. And I was into it. I saw Highlander, the Final Dimension, I think it was called, the last Highlander movie with Christopher Lambert.
I used to think that Highlander was my favorite movie, but
really
the movie
original?
I watched. Well, that's what I thought, but because I rented Highlander
with Sean Connery.
Well, the Blockbuster had put the Predator 2 in the box though. So for the longest time, I thought Highlander was my favorite movie, but it was really
You're
Predator
lying.
2.
You're making a joke.
With Danny Glover.
Okay.
With Danny Glover.
That's really tasty beer. Even though it's cheap, Busch Light Peach.
I guess it looks like we need to do, after we finish the Guyver, we need to dip our toes into Highlander.
Couple cans of this will do it. I've made a solid effort to cut down on my drinking.
Highlander 1, like when Connor McLeod realizes he's an immortal because Sean Connery just like randomly shows up and tells him he is, he's like, well, where are you from? And Sean Connery is like, I'm Egyptian. It's like, you're Scottish, dude. You're Egyptian? What? And it's funny because Christopher Lambert has that weird, remember we looked him up and it's like he's American, but he had this weird like European sounding accent. And he didn't even have like a Scottish accent. And Connor McLeod's character is from the Highlands of Scotland.
Look at this pause right before Cobra sneezes. I kind of wish Sean Connery played Cleopatra.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh.
Excuse me.
Holy shit. This is a buffet of bodily functions.
Seth, I believe in the first Highlander, he mentions that he's Spanish, but says he was like originally Egyptian. I believe. Sean Connery's character. to like signify that he was like one of the older immortals, like thousands of years old.
My fucking YouTube trolls have hired
And then there's fucking Queen. Want to live forever, dude. Queen is like even for the syndicated TV show. Queen is the soundtrack of Highlander. It's pretty sweet, dude. I'm about to become a Highlander stan once again.
Any filth to do cameo shout outs to make fun of me in the past, and it hasn't worked. You know, the shit they like Courtney said to like brush your teeth, boy. Got it. When Danny Phil said that shit, I was just laughing my ass off because I'm like, one, Courtney Knight doesn't give a shit if I brush my teeth.
By the way, Highlander has a bunch of flashbacks which are cool, and it's always like they go back to a period of time where Connor McLeod is like living one of his many lives, and something stupid happens where he's supposed to get killed, but he survives it, and everyone's like, what the fuck? There's one where he's in like a duel where like they're shooting each other, and he gets shot like 3 times, and he's just like laying on the ground laughing because he won't die. It's pretty hilarious. Those are actually great bad movies. I need to watch all of them again.
And 2, it's like, how was that trolling? You paid one of... I seriously hope Danny Filth and Ozzy Osbourne don't go for a long.
Yes, Adrian Paul was Duncan MacLeod, which didn't make sense that there were 2 MacLeods that were immortals when there could be only one. I don't think they ever had the 2 MacLeods fight each other. It was like Christopher Lambert wouldn't do the TV show, so they found another guy. It's like, oh, he's like Connor McLeod's cousin, and he's also an immortal. Because we couldn't get the famous guy to play, I don't know.
That would fucking...
And why the fuck was Christopher Lambert famous? He had a weird accent in every movie. I thought he was Dutch, but we looked him up the other night, and he's American. But it seemed like Cheshire Vic had a crush. I don't know.
We got a DoorDash order that I ordered.
What do we got?
We have a Baconator double with everything on it. Add onion, add tomatoes, add lettuce, add extra American cheese, add 5 strips of bacon.
King.
With everything on it, including, and of course, a medium pumpkin spiced Frosty.
By the way, that tastes like a candle.
Does it?
Got this big
old pumpkin spice candle?
Tastes like a fucking candle. If anybody, even if Magicus is in here and Magicus says he likes that shit, he's a liar.
I don't know if he's here.
If anybody says they like that shit, they're a liar.
Anytime, and I know a lot of you don't care because we live in very disrespectful times these days. But anytime you eat a Frosty that isn't chocolate, Dave Thomas's bones roll over in his grave. And every time,
a chocolate purist?
Dave Thomas made sure that he only look at it his entire tenure in the company until like after he died is when they changed the menu to make it more gimmicky. He wanted the menu to be simple and classic. And he the Frosties were only chocolate. The biggest burger they had was a triple, and it's funny because they call it Dave's single or Dave's double. That was just how he wanted the burger to be. He wanted it with red, white, green, red, white, green. I'm going to go back to it. So white, mayo, ketchup, pickle, onion, tomato, lettuce. Is how it was. That's how you would make it. White, red, green, like that. So that was the standard burger there. The Baconator, that came, some of you love the Baconator. You hate vegetables and you want all meat. I get it. But all of the gimmicky shit, and a lot of it was successful, happened after Dave Thomas died. He wanted it to be like the more The only thing he did that was out of the box was the super bar. That was like the out of the box thing that Wendy's did.
He was like, "Look, guys, sales are declining. We need to do something."
Pasta and
have a
tacos.
salad bar.
It was salad and all you can eat tacos and all you can eat pasta. And I think the taco meat was probably like their chili meat, where it was like the burnt meat.
Probably.
Because they were throwing away, like, and it would happen where I would be like, this is still good. And like the manager would be like, no, you need to put that in the chili. It's getting too dark.
They're like, no, it is still good. It's good for chili.
Yeah.
And I just want to point out, Ben, tonight has been a you going back in time talking about your jobs quite a bit. We had the retard diaper factory anecdote.
That was a short one, yeah.
We had the big like PTSD driven call center, and now the cool like Wendy's and all the like you should make training videos for every job you've ever had and release them once a month to the Patreon.
I had a Wendy's job. Some of my Wendy's jobs were I worked at Wendy's on 3 different occasions in my young adult life, and one of them was like so chill, like because we were all like college age students and it was chill. But then I worked we didn't have a drive-through or anything either. It was like in the student union. It was the Wendy's in a student union. But we got paid shit, you know?
Yeah. When you work at a Wendy's on a college campus, you don't work there for the money. You work there for all the farting co-eds that love chili.
Dude, it was actually such a chill place to work. It was unbelievable. And then, like I told you, like after work, we'd like all go out and do whatever together, like go out and party and stuff. It was the most chill Wendy's ever.
Ben is the one guy before Ben quit the workforce and did Drunken Peasants, Mexicans were afraid to come to America. They're like, we can't take the job from him.
No,
he'll work every job. And then Ben dropped out of the workforce.
I've worked a lot of jobs. I used to joke that I worked as many jobs as the Three Stooges, because in every Three Stooges episode they have a new job. But that's not true.
Once a month you really should make like a comedy training video for every job you did, and just like a 5-minute like Wendy's training video and use stock footage and stuff, and then upload it to the Patreon. That would people would fucking laugh their ass off.
Dude, I was the bike assembler / shitter cleaner at a Toys R Us / Babies R Us.
I want to see that training video. I want to see.
And I think they were trying to like trick me into getting injured so they could like drug test me and fire me. They were like, climb this big ladder and pull that thing down from the ceiling. And I'm like, no fucking way am I doing that. They wanted me to climb like a 14-foot ladder and like straddle it and like unscrew this thing from the ceiling. And I'm already not tall, you know, so I would have had to have been like this. And I'm like, if I fall, I'm going to be paralyzed for the rest of my life. Is it worth $7 an hour?
They were trying to kill you, Ben. They were trying to kill you.
I think they were, and I think they would have like drug tested me and been like, oh, he had weed in his system. He was clearly high, and that's why he fell. I think they were trying to do that to me. Literally.
That's so fucked up.
And I was like, no, I'm not doing that. And then I got fired like a week later. So
they're like, well, we can't kill him. We're going to have to just fire him.
Well, I think they wanted to find a way to fire me, and it was for me to get injured and then me get tested and be like, oh, he's on weed. He's on the grass. You know what I mean?
What reason they actually fired you for?
Oh, Ohio's like our right to work state, so they can fire you for anything. They said I was like walking around or something.
So they
I only
were trying
had
to
one.
kill you when they could have just said walking around.
Well,
That's messed up.
Well, one, you still have to pay like unemployment and shit. So
You were trying to. Did they end up giving you unemployment or no?
No, because I just didn't even. At that point in my
Oh.
life, I didn't even give a shit. Like I was just on to the next thing. I worked as a meat cutter at a Kroger grocery or I'm sorry, a meat wrapper, not cutter. A meat wrapper.
Mr. Morton says Ben was walking around. I need to tell the manager. Yeah, you're. I remember when you told us your meat wrapper job. What was the story? Were you high? Something happened. You were on like.
Oh my
acid or
God!
something
Yes, but this isn't why I got fired. They had no idea about this. They would have put that in my firing. Me and the other guy I worked with, we could get
Billy's laughter brings me joy.
Thank you. We could get back like behind the dairy area, and we had me and this other guy who I might have even have been, I don't know, 18 or something. We went behind the dairy cooler where all the milk and the whipped cream is, and we cracked open one of the whipped cream cans and we were like inhaling the air from it. And when you do that, like the world like slows down. And
that's whippets.
Yeah. And we went out and we're in our like meat cutter like garb, like the weird smock and the hairnets and everything. And this old lady's like, do you have ground pork? And we look at each other and we're like, no. And she's like, shit, how am I supposed to make pigs in a blanket? And we look at each other, we're like, like that. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. And I think pigs in a blanket in Ohio is different.
I'm the anti-Ben. Instead of working 209 different jobs, I have had the same job for 30 years this year.
I could have stayed at the phone company for 30 years and I probably would have blown my head off eventually.
Yeah, right. There's no way you could have done 30 years. 9. Everybody in here is like 9. Why were you there for 9 years? Oh my God.
It was it was financing a good lifestyle when I wasn't there, but it was starting to like ruin it when I would go home every day. It got to that point eventually.
People are saying pigs in a blanket is a sausage
so
roll?
It's where I grew up, it's a cabbage roll with ground pork. Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting.
It's so weird.
Old double baconator. Oh yeah, look at that. Wendy's classic. See, I'm not going to hold a grudge against Wendy's. Look,
it's not the hot dog wrapped in a yeah, it's Guamki. Yep. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, I like Guamki. What's up with this burger? Is there lettuce and tomato on there? An onion and shit? I thought he ordered that.
Why does he hold it like this?
he's like croissant.
Look at that. Look at that beefy goodness.
Oh, there's
the
lettuce.
bacon
Okay,
on the
saw that.
side instead of adding it to the sandwich.
Okay.
It is what it is.
I remember back before I had my heart issues, I was ordering like
add that bacon
7
to our-
extra bacons. Maybe that was
To
part
our
of the
sandwich.
problem.
You said your cholesterol wasn't high. Were your arteries were any of your like big arteries clogged, or did they check that?
Yeah, they checked all over. They had a whole ultrasound in my heart and there was no clogged arteries. The only problem I had was my heart valve, my left ventricle was too loose. It was too dilated. It was
You
a
think it
loose
might have been
butthole.
genetic? You think it just like was passed on? You said your
They're
dad
not
had-
exactly sure, but it could be genetic. It could be something complication post-COVID. There's a lot of heart problems that are arising.
And it could
after
be
COVID.
exacerbated by being overweight for years.
Yeah, because of my size, my heart has to pump more to power me more. Like if I wasn't, I probably could have been fat and sedentary, and my arteries would have clogged before my my heart valve went out. But unfortunately, I was moving and shaking and fucking and pissing. So
shucking and jiving.
I was doing the shucking and jiving. It kept me alive, and up until my heart was like, nope.
That
this
is
too
why.
much. We're done.
That's why Andre had a heart attack.
Anybody want a peanut?
Anybody want a peanut?
Stack the bacon on there extra thick.
God. No, too big. Now you're gonna eat it like an apple.
Oh yeah.
That's like me biting into the Terminator.
No, I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming, and it still got me. Ooh.
I hate the slurping.
Earlier, I thought your screeching was terrible, and I was like, "Oh, if between Cobes and Ben both screeching right now, I'm gonna lose my shit." But now, this is worse. The slurping is worse. The lip smack slurping is very much. You know what? This has sucked tonight for ASMR. I just want to say that. But I can't be mad at him. That burger is fat. Welcome to that thick stack. The audio on this.
He's always leaning to his right side.
I could have ordered fries, but I wasn't hungry enough for them. Wendy's does make amazing French fries. Not a sponsor. It is.
I don't know if I
fall,
like
y'all.
fries if I had to wait for them to be delivered. I've only ever eaten fries right out of the fucking bag when I picked that shit up.
You know what they do sometimes, though? They take old fries and re-dip them in the fryer for like a couple, like 1 minute, and then serve them to, like, some people are like, I want hot fries. It's like, all right, you'll get these old fries hot.
Oh, and we have a
like
pumpkin spice flavored Frosty from Wendy's.
Cobra, if you don't tell me it tastes like a fucking candle, I'm going to be so disappointed.
The fries at the diner, the Twin Peaks diner in North Bend, those are really good.
This new pumpkin spice Frosty. Let's see how it do.
Tell them, Cobes. Tell them it tastes like a fucking
Wendy's
candle.
is not a sponsor. This is just free advertisements. Oh man, that was delicious.
Never mind. I forgot. He's drinking a peach bush.
YouTube. So we got some Buffalo Wild Wings. 10 boneless knockout wings is the sauce. On the side for extra sauce, we got spicy garlic, mango habanero, Nashville hot, jam and jalapeno, wild heat, and hot barbecue. This is
Cobes is eating good right now.
10
I like
boneless
Cobes when he's eating good.
wings. So we'll just start adding extra sauce to it. Hot barbecue sauce, jam and jalapeno, Nashville hot, the wild sauce, some mango habanero. All them sauces on top of the knockout sauce. Boneless
Dude,
action.
you gonna drink those wings? What are you doing?
Just shake it around.
That sounds like some wet ass.
Look at all that goddamn sauce in there. Ooh, that is gnarly looking, YouTube. So yeah, Buffalo Wild Wings is not a sponsor. Definitely enough sauce in there.
Oh fuck. I've been getting wings, and I have to get them with no sauce.
Yeah,
All
that
sauce
sucks.
has
There's
too
a
much
lot of
salt.
salt in most wings.
Yeah.
Maybe lemon pepper?
A lot of the lemon pepper
That's
is
definitely
covered in
hot,
salt
YouTube.
too.
You need to pioneer your own low sodium brand.
Well, there's good stuff you can get if you're doing it yourself. Like the whole Dash line has a ton of good flavors. You can make something good with the Dash seasoning, and that's all no salt. I think at Buffalo Wild Wings there was like a jerk. I think of the Jamaican jerk was fairly low sodium compared to everything else. I remember I got on my birthday I got a coupon for free wings, and I was like, I gotta go get some wings. That pause is great, and the pause games night have been good. Shout out to Boglum Reacts in the chat. I could fuck up a low sodium food truck that I just cooked everything in an air fryer. I would have like 7 air fryers plugged in. And people would come up and like, all right, here we go. And I'd dump everything in the air fryer and hit 10 minutes.
That's hot. Holy fuck!
I am getting hungry, by the way, Julia Raul. If anybody wants to donate $100, we can hit the goal. We'll shuck and jive for like 15 minutes, then I'll go get food. Totally cool with that.
2 wings in, I'm like, nope.
My man, 2 wings in. Maybe the sauce wasn't a great idea, but maybe it was.
I'm gonna run and go to the bathroom, and then we have KingCobra's mayonnaise cookie burger.
Oh, okay. That sucks.
Yeah.
That's the one he was talking about.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of appropriate ages, we are live. This is the real show right now. Big Face Billy. Put your comments. I will answer. Here for you. Too lame for radio says Billy needs some Chipotle. Dude, Chipotle closes in 15 minutes. There's no way I'm getting Chipotle. But I already had Chipotle. I got it before the show. I got tacos. The Chipotle tacos are, the taco shells are very low sodium. I put like a low sodium amount of filling stuff in them. And I sit there and I cry that I can't have guacamole. This is not low enough sodium. Soda makes life gooder. Ever since this heart failure, it's been crazy that I'm not allowed to drink water. Like, I can have 2 liters of liquid a day, so I can have some. But that's been like worse than the sodium stuff. Like if it was just the sodium stuff, I'd be super comfortable. But the fact that I can't have fucking water drives me mad. Pog, any queso? I can have queso, dude. I can have like the verde salsa is decently small. On the tacos, I'll get white rice. Verde salsa, I'll get chicken. And then like lettuce and sour cream. It's actually a sad Chipotle order compared to what I used to eat, baby. Samoan says, Billy, do you ever wear tunics or are they too dress-like for you? I would wear tunics. I would wear tunics before a muumuu, and I would wear a muumuu. There's one thing you have to know about me. I don't care what the clothes are. It's not the clothes that makes the man. It's the man that makes the clothes. I'd be too sick in a tunic. I know at least one person in this world would crawl under my tunic and give me the suck, okay? At least one. Probably many more. It ain't about the tunic. It's about the Bill Fridge inside of it. Billy should bring back the medieval padded armor shit, the Gambison. I gotta look up a Gambison. Oh my god, what is that? Billy, I bought a Rhino today. Should I paint it Deathwing or regular Dark Angel? Do you have a whole, like, do you have a theme with all of your Warhammer figs? Like, would the Rhino be on theme? Homer Simpson in a muumuu? Hell yeah, Homer, rock that moo. The man tells you your heart can't move the water out of your body. That's what the man tells me, man. It's indefinitely, Sheepu.
What up, YouTube? It's your boy King Cobra JFS. We're making another delicious sandwich. It starts off with 2 slices of big white bread. On both sides, we're gonna smear some like mayo from the Kraft and some Country Crock Original.
Oh, he loves that Country Crock.
Yeah, that's what's up.
We're gonna add some goodness to our bread, shall we? We're gonna grab our Country Crock Original, and then we're gonna put a little smear right on top.
I'm gonna be so hungry watching
the Mayo
Cobra cook.
And the Country Crock Original. On one side, so we're gonna smear that same goodness onto the other side. A lot of people, when they're making grilled cheese sandwiches, they're like, use butter. No, use mayonnaise.
Coming in late. Had
I
couple
say
beers
use
with my dad at the swap meet. Need that.
Hey.
Woke up today, took a shit, and got in a fight with a Mazda 6.
Whoa, are you okay? Did the Mazda 6 win? Did you? And cheers to swap meet beers with your dad. That sounds awesome.
Are we making a grilled cheese sandwich? Fuck no. We're making something a little bit more tasty than that, I'm afraid. I'm afraid YouTube can't handle this kind of dankness. Look at all that fucking goodness.
What the fuck? What is he doing?
It'll give us a bit of flavor to hit it with. Some Country Crock Original and some Kraft Mayo.
I don't know what's grosser. Smegma, margarine, or nose grease?
Nose grease isn't that bad.
I definitely wouldn't put smegma in my beer.
So, like, when you're like, the grease from your face isn't too bad. It isn't too different from the grease on your hands. And when you're like eating with your hands, and you're like slurping sauce off your fingers and
light
shit.
stays off.
It's the same idea.
Got a little bit of that butter off and mayonnaise off the plate.
Well, you're also an owner of small dogs,
tray.
and small dogs are nose sweat connoisseurs. So it's like you're already you love things that love nose sweat, anyways.
Oh my god, I'm a snack.
For real,
Yeah,
dogs love that
I am.
shit. Little dogs especially.
The moment I lay down, and if my smallest one knows that when I have my phone in my hands, that I'm like easy pickings. You know? Yeah.
Little space puppy predator.
Yep.
Our bread. Got the oven preheated to 350 degrees. We're gonna be adding a huge cookie to our sandwich here while that bread toasts up. That's the color we want on our bread. That's what's up. Out of the way, YouTube. We got some Nestle Toll House chocolate chip
Oh, he got the
lovers,
Nestle Toll House.
soft and chewy homemade cookie dough, 100% real chocolate. I want to take all 4 of these pieces right here. I want to smash them together into a giant cookie dough ball.
Is he cooking the cookie
giant,
dough?
Chewy cookie dough ball.
Or is he just putting a cookie dough patty
Just
raw
like
in the
that.
burger? I'm not sure which one sounds better to me.
We're gonna throw this in the oven to get a little bit cooked.
He is
putting
cooking it,
a,
and he's cooking it on a bed of
cookie on my next
smegma, nose grease, or
bacon
margarine. I'm not sure which
cheeseburger.
one.
And I don't want to just put raw cookie dough on there, so we're gonna make this. We're gonna make this a reality here.
Raw with the bra and
Scraped
bake the
off
dang
mayonnaise
cookie
and the
cookie.
butter from buttering up our bread, and made like a little circle in the middle here for our cookie to cook in. So we're going to stick this in the oven. We're going to watch it like a hawk, YouTube.
The way that cookie was sitting in the margarine reminds me of every girl that's ever sat in a puddle of cum.
That's what's up. 1 banana from Dole. We're going to need Nutella, mayonnaise,
He's got a banana from Dole.
bacon bits, Nutella, mayonnaise, bacon bits, and some Jif creamy peanut butter.
Nutella, bacon bits, and creamy peanut butter.
Our Jif creamy peanut butter, and a couple slices of banana, and some mayonnaise to the peanut butter. For our top bun, we're gonna add Nutella and bacon bits and banana.
Swellshank, I can't make you gay, but I can make you forget you're straight. Yeah, up until the Mayo's introduced, this isn't so bad.
I want to take that real Kraft mayo
Hold
and
up,
that
let
Jif
him
creamy
cook.
peanut butter.
Heyo, you know, Justin, my bad, you're right.
Mix the two together
I'm gonna let him cook real quick.
and spread it onto our bottom bun.
Okay,
Kinda
that
mix it around together onto
disgusts
the
me.
sandwich bun, just like that.
He's turned this sandwich into a petri dish.
Top bun, we're gonna add
That's his apartment.
some creamy Nutella.
I made weed infused Nutella a long time ago and it fucked me up. It was crazy. I think it's made out of hazelnuts.
Yeah.
Anything that's very fatty can hold THC very well.
It's chocolate and hazelnuts.
I'm gonna barely cook the cookie in the oven so that I don't get salmonella when eating it, but it'll be nice and chewy.
You're not gonna get
by the time we're all
salmonella
said
from
and done
Toll
with it.
House, dude.
He's not okay. He's not worried at all about botulism, but he's worried slightly about salmonella. It's ridiculous.
We found Cobra's limit.
Some banana. We're gonna add some bacon bits.
Bacon.
Don't put that on there. That's ready for our burger patty and our beef and our cheese and our cookie. I'm going to take some Country Crock Original and we're going to slap it in the middle of our pan. Into our pan, we're going to throw the burger patty and a couple of strips of bacon.
10% away from the goal. Please hit us up with that sweet goal.
I'm not going to bother with seasoning because of how sweet this burger is going to be, literally and figuratively.
Literally and figuratively.
It can't be both.
Chocolate chip cookie that we're making for our burger. Look at that.
I hate how he bakes a burger. Sorry.
What's on? Was that? Was he didn't bake the burger? That was the cookie.
Oh, was there cheese on the cookie?
I think something.
It
was
looked
on
like
that
a burger
fucking
patty
cookie.
with cheese melting on it.
No, that was the cookie. There's something on that fucking cookie.
Not too crispy, not too chewy. Our burger patty's cooked. So we're gonna add some cheese.
To be honest, Swellshank says his life would be so different if he used butter. Honestly, if he used butter,
Real
Cobra
butter?
would be like, if he used butter, 100%. If he used butter, Cobra would be running a Fortune 500 company right now.
No.
The only difference between Cobra's life and that of a CEO is that he uses fucking margarine.
No.
Everything else would be. People who eat butter just go on a different path.
Because what's a bacon cheeseburger without some goddamn cheese?
The cookie is cooking in a puddle of margarine and mayonnaise.
Let's give him some. Let's give him some Kerrygold.
I thought the cheese. Well, it's too late now. Like a lifetime of margarine, you can't come back from that. I thought to myself,
No.
that,
I had
damn it.
margarine growing
Let him
up.
cook.
Ben, if you didn't have margarine, you'd be a totally different person too.
No, but I use real butter now.
Well, yeah, but you're not a CEO because margarine fucked you up.
Oh.
If you didn't have margarine, you'd be running Sirius satellite radio right now.
So smart.
For our bottom bun,
So,
we're gonna add some.
when I thought it was
creamy-
cheese on the cookie, I was like, that's kind of genius, actually. Melting the cheese on the cookie could be interesting, but it's margarine and mayonnaise, Ben.
mozzarella
on that
cheese.
cookie.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna pile that on top.
Like this cheese would be better served melted on the cookie.
Fully cooked burger patty on top of the cheese. And then on top of that, we're gonna add some more cheese and some bacon.
I just saw the creme brulee on that cookie. That is nasty.
Little dollop of cheese on top. I think it is enough cheese for our burger.
That's
Chunks of cookie to our bottom bun, or top bun in this case.
That Troll House Nestle
Does
cookie.
this look unhealthy enough for the YouTubes?
The cookie didn't pull up in one piece.
Discard that.
Probably because it was soaked in butter. Holy fuck. Come on, the cookie fell completely off. Aw, shit, Cobes.
Squish that down. Some of it's spilling out the sides. To hold the burger in place while we microwave the cheese and melt it on top, we're going to add a couple of chef's toothpicks.
What? How many? Because in his like Bogritos, he used like 50 of them.
That'll hold that.
There's
Too many.
Oh.
Too many.
There's no way he's going to get them all out when he goes to eat it. He's going to eat a toothpick.
1 minute burst until that cheese melts.
Beep, beep.
He's making a hot fuck sundae. I like how this asshole has the audacity to say you gotta love microwave bananas. Like microwave bananas is the gross part of this.
Do one more microwave burst of 1 minute or less.
Juma is commenting on the microwave banana slices. Am I wrong? Does the microwave do something to banana slices? Does it turn them into like toxic? Like
I just
Cobra cooks his burger like Trump likes his steaks.
Yeah, super well done with ketchup. But burgers with ketchup are normal, right?
Remove all the toothpicks.
Look, I love the food above his fridge. It's like bags of Doritos, bags
wouldn't
of
they be hot
Cheetos.
as fuck? Yeah, that is nice.
Yeah.
A lot of people do that though. They'll have cereal or chips on top of their fridge. My sister used to have chips on top of her fridge back in the day. I remember that now. Juma P says, wouldn't they be hot as fuck? They might actually be mouth burner bombs. Bearman Prophecy says it puffs the bananas up. It'd be interesting to see. It'd be interesting to see if Cobra burns his mouth on this. Or is he gonna let it sit for 3 hours? I wonder if Cobra made his food sit for 3. Oh fuck! Holy fuck! What if he makes his food sit for 3 hours because one time he bit into it and burnt the hell out of his
Starting
mouth?
to fall apart, but that's all right.
At this point, you might as well just let the entire thing congeal into a cancerous lump and eat it. 6 hours later.
YouTube, it's your boy King Cobra back at it with another video.
My boy.
Here at midnight, I'm going to be transferring the homemade mead to a clean bottle. While we wait for midnight to hop around, I got this bacon cheeseburger that's been made with a chocolate chip cookie and bananas and bacon. You saw the video,
It's
you know what's
burger.
up. If it's cool enough to pick up and flip
Do you
like
have
this.
the King Normal JFS
Yep.
video in the playlist? It's pretty good.
The King Normal JFS?
I have a bunch of them lined up right now, but I'm not sure what King Normal
It's
is.
ready to eat. I commented that the burger looked like shit, but that's just me being critical of my own videos. Someone commented
Redneck
on the
Sister
video,
Fister says he just had to ruin it with Mayo.
looks can be deceiving, Cobra. Elvis Presley would be proud. So thank you for commenting that. That boosted my confidence.
Yeah. From one king to another, Elvis would be
It's the
proud.
weekend, and I'm slamming beers, and I'm like, yeah, let's make ourselves a ridiculously unhealthy bacon cheeseburger.
Crack another bush,
So I
baby.
Crack open a bush
Bush
peach
peach.
fly, take a couple
Yeah.
sips, and we're gonna try a bite of this unhealthy bacon cheeseburger that I have once again crafted for your sick and unhealthy entertainment.
Cobra Craft cheeseburgers.
But this is my shitty attempt at a new bacon cheeseburger with a chocolate chip cookie and some beef, bananas,
Peanut butter,
Nutella,
bananas, bacon.
peanut butter, bacon.
Nutella. Mayonnaise. The mayonnaise hamburguesa. Diabetes achievement unlocked. Oh, the head's rolling back like he's getting blown down good.
Looks can be deceiving because that is seriously fucking delicious.
Oh,
Look at that cross section. Isn't that just pretty?
no bites for the trolls.
The beef is a whoa shit
Oh,
fuck.
fuck.
Falling apart.
Oh, no. Oh.
Medium rare.
Poor Kobe.
On the beef.
He would have flipped it the other way. It probably wouldn't have fell apart because the burger patty's on the bottom, and it would have held more structurally. It's too bad he didn't flip that son of a bitch when he gave the trolls a bite. No harm, no foul. Right back at it. Kobe puts the in American.
I've consumed half of this sandwich. It's a little sloppy on the presentation, but the taste is phenomenal, dude. I would serve this burger at my restaurant. This is just simply decadence. Like, I can feel my arteries hardening and clogging just from eating this burger.
That's not a selling point.
Tell that to the Heart Attack Grill.
Tell that to the
Okay,
former
this burger is
spokespeople.
really fucking good. I'm not
Would
gonna,
Eric
like,
July
try to
eat Cobra's burger?
my own
I don't
Cobra's
take
got
no
a better body
disrespect.
than Eric July.
horn, but motherfucker.
At least physique-wise.
Oh my god, dude, this burger is so good.
He's
I
trying to
might have been
convince
a little
himself.
self-critical when I posted part 4, but after trying a couple bites of it, I'm here for it, dude. I didn't let it cool off overnight.
It's nice
like
to
I
know
normally
that Cobra
do.
had some hesitation to the burger's deliciousness. He's not just a blind critic.
Cooled off enough to where I could pick it up, flip it, and eat it. Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, why is Riley not taping $50 to Cobra's door?
Compared
Come
to
on.
lunchtime when I had those hell wings, I ate 2 more off camera. This will make your cavities in your inner child sing with happiness.
My inner child has
YouTube,
cavities.
Would I recreate this burger for a party? Absolutely, dude. If you like Nutella, peanut butter, bacon, bananas, mozzarella cheese, chocolate chip cookies.
Great burger for dinner parties. If you had a party and invited
dude,
everyone you
this needs to be
knew.
put, okay, if you could just smell the burger right now,
That needs to be an air freshener. I swear to God.
Yeah, the party's been going a little long. I'm getting tired of having guests. I'm making this burger too.
But I wanted to give y'all a review of it. This would be a great burger to serve at a Halloween party because people are used to like getting candy and stuff around Halloween time. You know, when I serve this burger at a Halloween party, absolutely. If you're not allergic to bananas, bacon, mozzarella, beef, white bread, you want to have one of those days where it's like, I don't give a fuck about the calories. It's a cheat day, man. This is like cheat day perfection.
I want to
You gotta
read
treat
Sturgis's
yourself
DMs
every
now.
once in a while. Life is too
I'm pretty
goddamn
sure in
short.
Sturgis DMs, he's talking to a girl in his chat, maybe Brittany, maybe someone new, and he's saying, "Oh my God, had the best burger with Toll House cookie, peanut butter, Nutella, mayonnaise, served by the hottest Asperger's guy. I wish it was you though, babe."
But YouTube, look at that burger. Medium rare. It's barely medium rare. That's how I like my burgers.
All right.
Yeah, Ben, did you eat today or do you eat tomorrow?
Today's an eating day. Yeah, I made the pizza today and everything.
Oh yeah. Do you have enough time to get one of these burgers in before you go to sleep?
Not one of these, no. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Chicka 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 chicka. Ladies and gentlemen, you know what time it is? Big screen, Billy. Ask your questions, get your answers. Till the evil segment comes back. This is freedom, baby. Freedom to ask and receive. Big screen, Billy. Big screen, Billy. Big face, Billy. Big face, Billy. Lewis going to rub one out. That happens every time I go big screen. You can't help it. I turn you on with my beautiful scowl. The questions are rolling in right now. I'm just picking which one to answer. Favorite position? I call it the escape hatch, where the partner just rides me like an escape hatch down to Earth from outer space. Reverend Veritas says I never get post-nut clarity with Billy. I mean, there's no such thing as post anything with me. Once you've tasted ambrosia, you've realized you're dining with the gods. How many takeout places allow you to order no salt on things? I don't go to a lot of places. I go to Chipotle. I'll go to
So good to have you back. You are the best of us. Heart.
Heart. Thank you, Small Shank. I appreciate you so much. I go to restaurants and it's like, I get this with no salt. And if they say no, I say, fuck off. And I run away with my dick hanging out. Is sweat too salty to consume? I should look that up. Billy, can we get a tier list video of your favorite low sodium foods? Dude, fruits and vegetables. I'm out here eating apples. I go and I buy apples and pears and shit, and I eat apples and pears, and I eat grapes. I had some Candy Hearts grapes. Costco sells them. They're pretty good. Would swimming in the ocean affect your heart? I have no idea. Probably. Should I risk it for the biscuit? Fruit is very low sodium. If I have to cook my own steaks and stuff, I got a bunch of Mrs. Dash seasoning that works really well with that. Like 4 of us posted that video in the content section. Damn, son. You have it in high priority content too? Damn, son. Gotta be good. You should watch that. Would you buy Cobes a subscription to HelloFresh? No way. I can't even afford to pay my own bills. I'm gonna go into debt this month. I'm gonna become homeless, and I'm gonna live on the streets until my car accident funds come back in. When my car accident funds come back in, I'll be able to get a home again. I just have to heal first. It's the problem. I'm not healing. I'm dying. I'm the Walking Dead. I'm an actual zombie. What would Cobes do if trolls sent them veggies? He'd give them to the cats, like he gives the cat food away. Pimp Monk style. Yeah, me and Pimp Monk are about to be homeless together. My Skid Row arc, I know. I'm living the streets. You got a room for me in Minnesota, Swellshank? That's not too bad. I'd go to Minnesota. Just did $5 to try and make sure your voices are heard. Where's the $5 at, Seth? I didn't see it. Don't do it when Ben's out of the room. He's the one that has to get the content. Holy shit, don't waste that here. Holy shit. Going into the negative, coming in nicely, Tubes. For real. Me and Cobes are about to be roomies. I'm going to see if he wants to let me sleep on the couch. I'm going to get some of those swag to hobo tips. I'm pretty sure I'd be pretty good at being homeless. That's one thing that I know is that I'm thermal. We weren't paying attention. What the fuck, Seth? Why would I not pay attention? I'm gonna pull open the Streamlabs so I can roll it back. See if I can make shit happen. Let me see if I can make shit happen. Minneapolis is the Seattle of the Midwest. I know. Rhyme sayers out there, dude. Get the rhyme sayers. Ben, people are saying there's something important in priority content. I don't know what it is.
People are saying it.
Yes, multiple people. They're saying that the priority content is swamping.
I don't know if I want to show this on the show. Of the guy shooting the guy at the mall.
Is that what they want you to see?
Yeah. I mean, I know it's from the news, but it's like, see, here's the thing. YouTube lets the news show people shoot people, but not like other people. But yeah, it was like an IRL streamer getting in some random guy's face, and the random guy like pulled out a gun and shot him. Like
That's
in the
not
mall,
good.
in the food court at the mall.
We're not supposed to shoot people in the face. That's the
He
King
didn't shoot
Normal
him in the
JFS
face.
video?
Oh, you're talking about the Baconator one? Yeah, I can play
Do you have
that.
the King Normal JFS video in the playlist? It's pretty good.
King Normal. There's the dude, there's a bunch of them in here. Like, I don't even know which one you're talking about, but
Is there a King Normal and priority content?
King
or are they talking
Normal.
about something else?
I don't see one called I see King Cobra animated. Man, like I leave for 10 minutes and I come back and it's like there's all this shit. Like I see nothing called King Normal. I don't know what the fuck King Normal is. Like, what am I doing here?
Here.
Oh, the
I
animated
stand
one?
to hear Billy crying about being homeless. He's have to stand
Thank
in
you.
those long food lines.
Thank you. I can't stand in a food line. I need the food brought to me.
Okay. I see what you mean. All right. I'm like, what the fuck?
I think it might be this one that says King Normal JFS on it. It's like an animated one.
Okay, let's see.
I've lived a very normal life. Oh, check out the sunrise. It's my house. Average Joe Schmo taking a shower over here, you know.
This is literally if he ate butter
I
instead of
graduated.
margarine.
Got my diploma. I have a job. I have a wife. We all do is say stupid shit we're not proud of.
Oh, dude, there was the neon green banana hammock.
Be
goal motivated. You know what I'm saying? Effing nightmare.
Okay. Oh shit! No, I don't want to watch Gale yet.
Almighty thunderstorm, come forth to me. Almighty thunder, pounding outside, come forth. Got the King Cobra playing with thunder and lightning, because I can. I love conjuring thunderstorms. Oh hey, it's homeboy Scotty. What up, man? What'd it do?
Friendship is about sharing what you got, dude. You know, like, it's not really about that. It's about, like,
Spice.
share what you got, dude.
That's what Jared thinks
It's a
we all
circle,
smoke.
dude. You share with me, I share with you.
Let's see how it do. Nice. This is a trip, man. Ooh, you too.
Spice is wild.
This soap works. It does. Every woman I walk by, she's like, that goth dude smells good. Wow. Cobra's got a drink combo.
He does have a monocle and top hat.
Hey, Sean, what's up? Better not keep drinking, boy. You, Sean. I don't need alcohol to have a good time. You know what? You can get blocked from my channel, dude. Overall, not bad.
Overall, not bad. All right, we have to get into this Gale video.
Thank you for playing King Normal. This is the best do episode ever.
Do episode?
Yeah! The best do episode.
Boy, has a lot happened. Let me go ahead and read a video that I got from, an email that I got from Brent. Okay, let's go back here.
Get ready for this.
It is entitled, goodness. Let's get back here. Long letter.
Dio, the podcast is now known as Drunken Possums.
So much has happened, but it's... okay. What's fat and black and retarded all over? Dearest Gale, our brilliant plan was off to a great success. The ideas you brainstormed with your $5 patrons on Friday Night Hangout on Discord were genius. After you made the YouTube video announcing evacuation plans to Antarctica, millions of our fans contacted Church of Gale. As the fans poured in, we informed them of our plot. The plan, of course, was to merely divert Lizzo's attention to Antarctica while we evacuated our citizens into space. With everyone safely taking refuge on our spaceships, we could finish building the protective domes over major cities on Earth in order to protect against Lizzo's bombs. For the past several weeks, your $25 tier patrons, including Rogel Dorn, Akasha, Brad, and Fat Gal, assisted us around the clock, evacuating loyal citizens from all over the world onto the spaceships. Their hard work was paying off, as we were almost finished evacuating nearly every person on the planet. In their heroic efforts, they dodged onslaughts of bombs, which frequently sent them running for cover with gas masks over their faces, as penis clouds erected through the air and turned the skies pink. They fought off evil Jesuit ground agents who blocked traffic, caused petty annoyances on the public transit, and sometimes catcalled them while driving by. They tread carefully around the cities as if in a field of landmines in an effort to avoid icky surprises coming from Lizzo's semen trees, which were heavily pumped full of sperm and AIDS and ready to smear anyone walking by with their nasty contents.
Oh no.
These brave men and women will never be forgotten for their actions as they selflessly saved so many lives. It wasn't until the last moments of our project their luck began to run out. After the final civilian was boarded onto a Church of Gales spaceship, the group decided to celebrate at a local Popeyes. This was a big mistake. A group of half-naked, fat black women, their voluptuous rolls lubed in chicken grease, stormed the Popeyes and took every last $25 tier patron hostage. And they used transporter technology, kind of like you see on Star Trek. The group, that's what the Lizzo Jesuits did. The group soon found themselves tied up, and ball gagged. That's like this ball in your mouth. Aboard Lizzo's spaceship, effectively prisoners of war. Their true test of bravery was about to be administered. Lizzo paced menacingly about her spaceship living room, her fat, bare feet splatting against the floor and trailing greasy footprints behind in her wake. The living room was decorated with elaborate perversion, as if prepared for a grand sex party. The patrons found themselves...
They should have Lizzo walk through jam and then step her footprints out on parchment paper and sell like Lizzo feet jam footprint fruit roll-ups. I would eat fucking 8 of those. Sounds so good to me right now.
Surrounded in fuzzy white couches, wall racks full of BDSM gear, and penis-shaped lamps that washed the room in a sinful pink glow. Black prostitutes watched from the sidelines like prison guards, ready and waiting to do Lizzo's bidding. Well, well, well. It looks like I got a true captive audience to watch me as I destroy the whole world. Lizzo snatched the ball gag out of Fab Girl's mouth, then pressed her curtains of blackness against Fab Girl's lips and forced her to service Lizzo's overgrown black woman clitoris. It is a known medical fact that black women...
Oh my God. What is she about to say?
Some bullshit.
Men
we
are
get Magicus and Egghead in here.
Masculinized than their white counterparts.
Okay, yeah. Oh my God. Let's skip ahead a little bit. Hopefully.
Anymore. Lizzo cackled. Gail is so dumb. She forgot where her car radio was located on the dashboard once and thought it had been stolen. She snapped her fingers, and a pair of black prostitutes loomed in on
Gail said Rogaldor. That's the Primarch of the Imperial Fists Legion of Space Marines and Praetorian of Terra in Warhammer 40k. Now it all makes sense. Last wall protocol engaged, that's what's up.
That's what's up. Holy shit, it's Warhammer 40k versus Gale. I don't know how many times I've thought my radio was stolen, but I just forgot where on my dashboard my car radio was. Did it happen to you too, Ben?
No, honestly, I've never thought my radio was stolen. Because I have the big, like, screen. So I guess that would have to get stolen.
And I'll go down to turn off my radio, and I'll be like, "What the fuck? Someone stole my radio!" And I'll realize I'm in my glove box. I'm like, oh yeah, my radio's not in my glove box.
Oh no,
my radio's over here. And then I'm like, wait, no, that's the steering wheel. Where'd my radio go?
Gail is so dumb, Lizzo continued. She's been using Skype for years and still doesn't know how to toggle between windows to chat between her men. Akasha's eyes darted frantically between the two shaboons.
I think Gail took my car radio. That's the moral of the story. Gail robbed me.
She wants that cassette deck.
Black tresses lowered their musty-smelling panties, pulled out their penis-sized clitori, grabbed the hunking the hulking chunks of their vagina flesh and began urinating all over Akasha's face, like a foul version of Jesuit bukkake. Akasha's face was streamed with waterfalls of urine pouring out of the black women's urethras. The urine fountained all over Akasha's eyes and nose and trickled down into her mouth. She coughed and sputtered, unable to spit it out due to the ball gag, and was forced to swallow it instead. Unlike the sweet, pure urine of white women so craved by black men and furiously envied by black women, the prostitute's urine tasted like old fish, yeast, and urinary tract infection. Akasha, like the white woman she was left marked and R. Kelly'd. A racist act of being claimed by blacks. Gail is so dumb, she forgot men had nipples once, Lizzo rattled off. Gail is so dumb, she tried to marinate raw chicken by setting it out on a living room table for an hour covered in dry rub. Gail is so dumb, she got confused why she couldn't write with her left hand and forgot she was right-handed. Enough, Lizzo, a female voice called from the darkness. Everyone's gaze whiplashed in the direction of the voice to see a young white woman storming into the room. It was Brad's girlfriend. Brad's girlfriend, Amber, was holding a massive horse dildo clutched in front of her like a wobbling baseball bat. Bathed in grease,
wobbling baseball bat,
yeast, and fried chicken crumbs, she appeared as though she had just run through an entire army of black women. Her chest was heaving with exhaustion. Her eyes...
fried chicken crumbs. Oh my God.
Filled with a fiery determination. My angel, Brad muffled through his ball gag. We're not on Martin Luther King Street anymore, Amber War cried. Your black ass is mine. With a feminine roar, Amber smashed the dildo down onto the nappy-headed hoe in front of her, crumbling the woman to the ground. And for your information, Amber swiped the dildo hard into the black prostitute next to her, hitting her right in the vagina. The black woman grabbed her large clitoris and crumpled to her knees, then fell over defeated. Gail is so smart, she almost would have finished nursing school. Rogel Dorn nodded in validation. She only dropped out because it wasn't interesting to her. Silence, Lizzo screeched. The black prostitute next to Rogel Dorn shoved him down into her yeasty fupa to smother him. Lizzo looked down at Fab Gal, patting Fab.
Oh my God,
Fab girl.
Where is Scoot? His computer's broken, so he won't be on for a little bit.
Girl's head with a fat black paw before pulling her clitoris out of her mouth. Good job, sugar.
All right. It's
Do we have that rainbow tie news video clip?
Oh, I don't want to go through that. That's so long. It's really long. Let's do something else. Here's Cobra straining his mead.
What up, YouTube? It's your boy King Cobra back at it with another mead update. It is officially the 30th of September. Now, I changed the burping balloon on my mead because the one I had on there was starting to fall apart, and it really hadn't inflated all goddamn day for the last 2 days very much. As soon as I changed the burping balloon, it didn't inflate until I'm about to change it here.
because it is a strawberry banana mead that I'm making with a Hawaiian punch strawberry banana. We're going to start off by sanitizing our goddamn bottle. How are we going to do that? We're going to add some piping hot water and we're going to shake it around. Then we're going to cool it off with some cold water and shake it around. And then we're going to take this cup and we're going to pour the mead into the cup and then strain the fruit out of it into this bottle. Oop. And then we're going to lift it. Oh,
we're off to a great start.
God damn it.
That's bottle.
Had a couple beers, don't mind me. Okay, anyways. You turn on the faucet. Get that water piping hot. We're gonna have to make a burping cap for this if it gets any bigger. Just to play it on the safe side, we'll recreate the burping cap that I made here on my other bottle. And get that water like literally steaming hot, like piping hot, like ay chihuahua, you know, to the touch.
You need ay chihuahua heat. You guys are planning on making your own wine. Write this down.
Now I filled the transferring jug up with a bunch of hot water up to like right there. I'm gonna shake that around. This water is piping hot.
This is how you clean a bottle.
Shake it around to sterilize it.
Sterilization right here.
And then we're going to turn the water on while we're shaking it to an ice cold.
Squish, squish, squish.
For sanitary reasons, we're going to sanitize this bottle with some hot water. Give it a shake.
Disappointing porn says, what's wrong with this dude? He doesn't have 6 zeros in his bank account. He makes mead with honey and juice.
Someone should send him
punch bottle.
Someone should send him
Not the
glass
prettiest
bottles.
way to make mead, but
he'd probably
it
just
gets
break
the job
them.
done.
He needs a good old jug.
Now we're gonna shake that cold water around.
Would I taste his mead? I would like to think I would, but I don't know if I would in the moment.
Make sure our transfer bottle is nice and sanitary.
I definitely wouldn't be the fucking canary in the coal mine. Like if I was at a party and he was drinking it and Darth Linney was drinking it, and if some of those hot chicks that say he smells good were there and they were drinking it, I'd probably have a drink too.
So you wouldn't drink it, is what you're basically saying.
Just saying I'm not going to be the canary in the coal mine.
We're going to be busy here for a minute. Now that our bottle is sanitized, we're going to I changed this balloon out and put a fresh balloon on here. Well, what was it? Yesterday. Now I got the balloon off there. Don't try this at home, people.
What? What?
Inhaling the CO2 from the balloon. Whew. I'll give you a head rush. I'm gonna hold on to that balloon.
Was that effective at all?
I don't know.
Holder. And now we're gonna strain the mead fruit into a glass and through a strainer.
We got the
Normally,
mead.
I haven't
We got
fucked
the
with
mead.
this.
We got the mead.
We got the mead.
Some Cobra Rossi on deck.
We
That's
got
why he
the
needs a
mead.
jug.
We've got the mead. We've got the mead. We've got the mead. Yeah, we got it.
Strainer on the last couple of.
Honestly, now that Ben's singing "We've Got the Mead," I would drink. That would hype me up enough to drink some Cobra craft mead.
Easy to say
Would you
now
sing it in the
when it's
background?
touching
Would you
your
sing it in the
lips.
background?
You'd
Would
say
you sing in the
differently.
background? If it was me, you, Cobes at a party,
I'm not drinking it.
and you were singing, you could sing. You don't have to drink. If you were singing, I'd be like, okay, fuck it, let's go. Let's drink this.
Batches of mead.
Can you
But
you can make
because-
onion wine, right?
You can like ferment most like organic matter, but he doesn't know how to do it properly, and he's using plastic bottles, and he's using like solid like fruit pieces that are molding over.
Raw fruit in it.
Let's see
I
what
think
the
I'm going to start a business. I'm going to make Shrek brand swamp mead with onions.
We're doing this for sanitary reasons. And we're going to change out the burping cap and make a fresh one.
He's about to drink some of
I'll
this
show
shit.
you how to make this burping cap and what drill bit I use. So let's just pour it into our cup, shall we?
It sounds like someone taking a diarrhea dump with like little chunks, but mostly liquid.
Now we got a cup full. We're gonna hold the strainer over our bottle.
Oh God! Why? Why can't he pour?
Honestly, Ben, just fucking.
And I'm spilling it all over the
puke
place.
on me. Puke on me right now, Ben.
Okay, that didn't work out as smoothly as I thought it would.
It didn't. Yeah, it's
son of a bitch.
sandpaper.
Okay, so that's not gonna
That
work.
pour
Let's try
gave me
something
sexual
different.
frustration. I'm sexually frustrated from that pour.
I don't want to waste any of this mead that I'm making.
I don't want to waste any of this
I don't want to make a
mead.
huge mess if I can help it. Not going as smoothly as I thought it
Clean
would,
Cobra
but
over
that's
here.
okay.
Clean Cobra JFS with the fucking Mr. Clean
We'll just
shirt
take
wipe.
it and pour it into the bottle and try not to get any of the raw fruit into the bottle if we can help it.
Holy fuck, dude.
Oh shit! One little piece isn't gonna hurt.
One
This is
little
gonna be a bitch and a half to transfer, but it's a labor of love. I'm gonna put my hand over it while we pour it in here.
Oh. At this point, you might as well just wring his shirt out into the bottle.
One little piece isn't gonna hurt. Okay, that's working a lot better than trying to use a goddamn filter. Let's adjust the camera angle. As soon as I get that tripod figured out, we'll use it. Put my hand over here on the seal.
Oh. Hand filtered King Cobra craft.
I'm surprised he's not like pouring it through his fingers and like trying to filter it like through his fingers or something.
He should take big swigs and just keep his lips closed and pierce the liquid out of his mouth and then spit out the clumps. Like just spit it into the bottle.
From pouring out into the bottle. Not trying to like spill it all over the place.
This is like when you're into
It is
weird
what it
scat play,
is.
you try and diarrhea directly into someone else's bumhole. I think they call it the Manhattan Transfer.
Most of it got spilt on the counter, and I'm not happy about that. In fact, I'm disgusted by it, but what do you do?
He's holding back the rotten fruit as he would
No
a
one said that
clitoral
making
hood
mead wasn't messy.
in a messy, sensual encounter.
I don't want any of the goddamn yeast or the raw fruit in there. Oh, son of a bitch. I made a mess. 1 second. Let me grab a fucking towel.
He didn't have our camera angle. He couldn't see the entire fucking mess he made. We're watching it the whole time.
I'm still very new to making the mead.
He moves the
So
big
it's
ass
not
bottle
like the
away.
prettiest
And it reveals the entire
fermentation.
mess.
Well, I really
We've seen
can't
the whole
complain if it
time.
actually gets me drunk. Oh, excuse me, I farted.
Ha!
Okay, so I want to wipe down the counter and adjust our angle. I had a game plan for this mead and transferring it, and it did not work. I wasted a small chunk of it, but that's all right. Because we got to make some room anyways for our next ingredients.
Oh shit, there's another
wipe
ingredient?
down everything.
Are you supposed to be adding stuff
Now,
this
when you're
far into the
making
process?
homemade
Is that a regular
mead
thing?
and you add fruit to it, you don't want to leave the fruit in there for longer than 9 to 10 days. Otherwise, it'll get moldy. And you don't want moldy fruit in your alcohol. That can make you really sick. And you can get botulism from doing this. So I would highly recommend, YouTube, that you play it safe with this. And you're learning along with me. No, there's a little tiny chunk of strawberry in there, and I'm not happy with it, but it is what it is.
Tis what it is.
And we're going to try to get all of the goodness out of there. Put the filter back on there. And just try to filter out the rest of it through, nope.
Scoobity-doop.
Through the bottle
Skibbity.
here.
This is Skibbity toilet mead. He tried
Dude,
to use the
smell of
strainer,
the
Reverend
bottle right
Veritas.
now
It splashed
just
everywhere.
Straight reeks of alcohol, like straight up. I ain't gonna lie.
Look, just because you guys don't gag when you hear wet plops doesn't mean you don't have a weird aversion
But
to
that's
wet
all
plops.
right, YouTube.
I've
We need
obviously
some room in
seen
our
some
bottle
really
'cause we're gonna
disgusting
add
wet ploppy stuff that you
some more
haven't,
goodness
okay?
to it.
Don't PTSD shame me because I've seen some nasty fucking wet plops. You privileged little
Let's grab
fucking
our filter,
schoolboys.
stick it in there.
You
We're gonna
privileged
add
little
3 more cups
schoolboys.
of sugar to it.
Don't plop shame me. I've been through some shit.
The sugar we use to make alcohol is the pure cane. It gives the yeast something to eat and ferment on. Got the bag of sugar opened up beautifully. Hold that over the sink while we fill up our cup.
Some out of context Cobra compilation reactions. Nice.
There's 1 cup. One little strawberry
Seth
in there ain't gonna hurt.
If you want to have a gag-worthy
Although I
shit
prefer
competition,
not to have it.
You and I can have a gag-worthy shit competition. My father used to had the weakest constitution. I used to have to pick up piles of dog barf with my bare hands before my dad found them so he wouldn't puke all over himself.
Any fruit in there.
I've been through some
digress.
plops.
There's cup number 2 going in.
With my bare hands, too lame for radio. I used to scoop up warm, thick dog vomit with my bare hands.
And cup number 3.
So my dad wouldn't come and then vomit all over the dog vomit. Use a paint scraper to clean up cat diarrhea.
That'll give us some
That's
room
nasty.
for what we need there. Beautiful.
Yeah, who wants to pay to send a bottle of bog mead to Eric July? Is he adding some more plops?
Evening out with a chunk of banana, I guess. Even like
Dude,
one
he
chunk.
banana
Or
chunked
like,
it.
I don't think it'll hurt, but we'll see. Strainer.
We didn't have paper towels. I lived in an actual crack house. We had a homeless guy that lived in an RV outside of our house. He would come in to lose his paycheck to my dad playing cribbage. We used to have underage drinking parties and tents in our backyard.
It definitely
Drop $100
smells
on a
like
Get Cobes veggies tonight.
a bread fermented.
We should see what Cobes does with good ingredients. DP fans should get behind this.
Yeah, I don't think
they're
that
they'll
strainer's
wilt.
doing what I want it to do.
Does Cobes know how to cook vegetables?
Ah, shit. Let's just keep doing the method that I was doing then, blocking the hole. And just allowing the liquid to pour out.
These plops. Famous last words. I don't think it will hurt.
Well, I got more fruit in there than I wanted to, but I digress. I digress, you two, because a little bit of fruit in there ain't gonna hurt. It's gonna be drinking within like the next week or so it don't matter.
We should convince Cobra to keep 1 cup of his bog mead and
I've had
add
pretty
it to the next
successful
batch of bog
results
mead.
with my mead thus far, so I'm
So
not
every
gonna
batch has a
overthink it.
from the mother. Oh, what's it
Trying to
doing?
get all this liquid out of my fermenting bottle.
Dog, let that go.
Much of it as I can.
Cobes, let that go. I can see little plump floaters in the top. That's not good. You might want to get some tweezers and fish out that
making your
floaty
own
banana.
mead is a labor of love, but I find the alcohol tastes a lot better when, you take your time to make it. That's just my personal opinion.
Look, Seth looks.
Man.
I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna call a truce on our gross out competition. Okay, can we sign a truce?
But what do? You grab some cold water and fill this bottle up with a little bit, real quick. Just a little bit, kind of shake it around. Get the stuff off the bottom here. Filter it. Putting the strainer over it didn't really do anything except make a huge fucking goddamn mess.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching the 5-hour mark of tonight's episode.
There we go.
It would be grand if we could get $27 dono, hit the goal, and call it a night. Please donate $7.34.
There's a little bit of fruit in there left, but not the whole thing's been transferred.
3.
Oh man, that's not what I was hoping for. I was hoping to transfer the mead to the clean
It's such a
bottle
delicate
with,
process
no
for King
fruit
Cobra.
in there, but
delicate.
What do you do? What do you do? It smells good. I ain't gonna stunt. Yo, Cobra fam, I'm making some strawberry banana mead. If you've been following this progress, you know what's up.
I like Cobra using the word stunt
So I might
instead
have
of lie.
lost some of the
Pretty fucking hip.
Alcohol, making the alcohol juice in the process of transferring it. But that's just all right. That's all the liquid out of the fermenting bottle. And that's pretty much full to the brim. There's like about that much room at the top.
Cobra and Poison
So we can pretty much just
doesn't work the same as other people in Poison.
The fermenting
Pretty sure he's got a
bottle,
gut biome
it's
that'll
done.
save
We're gonna
him
throw
from
that
this.
away.
Could be wrong though.
I thought about using the strainer to strain it out, and this strainer I don't think is designed for doing what I'm trying to do, but that's all right, yo. Of course, in the past, whenever I've made my mead, I didn't exactly filter it through a strainer the last couple of times, and it worked out just fine.
He didn't let it sit as much.
Would Cobb pass the butthole challenge? Nobody's passing the butthole challenge. Trumpster Bob
But
rigs
yeah,
the
there's
butthole
like
challenge
a little bit of sugar at the
so he
bottom.
can look at buttholes.
He's the referee.
Here, we're gonna go ahead and screw the cap on real quick.
The butthole challenge is a
I
scam
was
so
gonna
Trumpster
add
Bob can
water
look at
to it.
buttholes.
Balls
top
deep and
it off.
200 milligrams of THC gonna watch Band of Brothers are the stream.
Hey, yeah. It's a good fallout. Cheers, DMR.
Anyways, and after doing what I did in this video, it's definitely topped off. Let's screw the cap on.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're
nice and tight.
$17 away from the goal tonight. That's literally one ISOM comic book donation. We're one ISOM
charity.
comic book donation away to charity.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can't be that much for a decent winemaking
mix it
kit.
around.
I would hope someone would send him one. I wonder what it costs. I'm gonna go to Amazon. I'm gonna look up winemaking
He
kit.
wouldn't follow the instructions, though. He would try to like
But-
do it on his own, and it wouldn't work. Like, let's just be real about
if it's got all the utilities, if it's got a strainer and a bottle.
Yeah, and it has basic instructions that you have to follow for it to work right, and he wouldn't do well with those because he can't follow instructions.
Got a link sent in the Discord to this honey wine mead kit. This is a nice looking thing. It's $20. Holy shit. It's got the wine packets with yeast and the wine flavoring, active dry yeast, and then wine and beer making yeast added. It's got the cap. It's got the whole gimmick in a fucking jug for $20. People should send him 100 of these. He should make a new bottle every day. Holy shit. He should have an entire month's worth of bottles in his house. It's way too cheap. $20. I was thinking it'd be like $100. A nice 1 gallon jug. The mead will be ready to drink in only 7 days.
Oh, in the instructions?
Yeah. The honey mead will require you to add 4 pounds of honey. Holy shit. How much is 4 pounds of honey? That might be...
Trying to avoid contaminating it with the fruits from the fermentation, but a little bit of that, it ain't gonna hurt. It's far less concentrated in the transferring bottle, so...
Organic raw Oaxacan honey, 4 pounds, $30. A 4-pound pack of honey for $30.
That's all right.
Huh.
For homemade mead, I cannot complain. Now you're probably wondering, how the fuck do you make a ghetto-ass redneck burping cap?
Yeah, how? I was just wondering that.
I have a rechargeable drill, and this is the drill bit I have on the end of it. It drills the tiniest of holes for it. So I'm gonna end
Andrew
up
Plant Golem has a 5-gallon jug. This was a 1-gallon jug.
Yeah, I want to put a burper cap on it because I'm already feeling it on the bottle here, and it's expanding. So
a 5-pound jug at Walmart is $18.
Yeah, as soon as I got done shaking it and released
20
the
pounds of
pressure,
honey,
I could
right?
feel the bottle being squishy, doing its thing.
Won't be no
It definitely
talking.
smells like, mead,
doing
wine
my
being
thing.
made. So I want to show you how exactly I make these burping caps. They're not incredibly difficult to make. If you don't want to buy like the airlocks, just save a couple bucks. Follow me. Then we need a solid surface to place the hole. We're going to drill it in the center. A little scratch on the surface of this on the top piece isn't going to hurt it.
Let's go to bed.
So we're gonna...
Good to see you, Billy.
Heyo!
OMG, I love Bentai. Ooh,
Good to see you too, Swell Shank.
Once you got it in there, just like that, I'm gonna hold that in place.
Didn't cut ourselves. Ninja.
Ninja.
Now we got the hole placed in there. Go ahead and turn our
There you
drill
go.
off. Be careful
That
when you're
wasn't so
making
hard.
the homemade lock for it. But that's pretty much how I do it. Then when I take it
Does he just have regular
over to our
balloons?
freshly cleaned and somewhat filtered mead, and we're gonna transfer it onto the bottle.
Bush is gonna
Just
sue him for
like
having that logo on this.
Screw it
this
on
camera
there
photo.
nice and tight. Tight like a
Tight like a
tiger.
tiger?
And this balloon is still pretty good because I just transferred it to the
He is using the old
bottle
balloon.
as of yesterday. So we're going to stretch that over the lid just like that.
Pretty good balloon.
The balloon's still good, so we're going to stretch it over the cap just like that. And then we're going to take our ponytail holder. And we're
Oh, he's
gonna
got a
thread
ponytail holder?
The first half of it. Okay, right there. You take it in like the loop of that ponytail holder. Hold up. Put it around the balloon like so. You can see right there. Right there like that. Now we're going to take the ponytail holder.
Gotta see what you're doing with this ponytail holder, man.
I think he's trying to tighten
Did
the
Jeff
balloon.
Holiday?
And we're going to stretch
Did Jeff
it.
Holiday use a ponytail holder?
No,
Just
he used
like
like an
that.
actual
Give it a
like
twist,
winemaking thing.
So it creates a second loop. Then we're
Ah,
going to
it's
hold
that
that
second
loop,
loop.
down and pull the balloon through a second time, just like that.
There you
We're
go.
going to double wrap it, just like that.
You should put some ramen in the mead.
We're going to double wrap the ponytail holder just like that. You want to do 2 loops to hold that balloon onto your cap.
Yeah,
That
I
little
normally don't
hole-
talk shit about Jeff Holiday, but Jeff Holiday used the ponytail holder to hold his hair back while he blew dudes. Got him.
On the top, or will slowly release all the fermentation, and then your balloon will inflate.
Oh,
There's
yeah,
a
you're
lot
right. He
less
forgot to
fruit
put
in
mayo
there
in the
from when
mead.
I
What's wrong with him?
originally made it.
You think
And it's
Cobra
a
would
lot
try and make
fuller
mayonnaise
than
wine?
when I originally
Mayonnaise
made
wine.
it.
Not sure if that's a thing.
I'm not gonna try taking the label off here. Or maybe I can. Maybe it'll be no. Maybe not.
I'm sure it's going to come off on its own.
You don't gotta take the label off if you don't want to. That's just for aesthetic reasons. But people are going, okay, Cobra, when's the next mead update? And I says, I'll get to it when
I was
get
trying to
to
peel
it.
the label off.
We're gonna let like I said, I let the fruit ferment in the original bottle until the 30th. And then I tried to ferment it with the wine yeast that my fan sent. And then I tried to strain out as much of the fruit as I could. But the filter I used just wasn't doing it. So you're better off just holding your fingers over the opening and like just pouring and all that liquid in there. Pretty straightforward.
It's good information.
And like if you want to take off the label, you can. You don't gotta take it off. This part is strictly unnecessary. This is just my OCD kicking in. Yeah, it don't gotta come off the label. The fermentation on that was pretty freaking sweet. I saw the bubbles in the head forming on that, which is a really good sign that it's definitely fermenting into alcohol. So that's how we do that. We'll wash our hands and rinse off the bottle of all that sticky goodness.
On that sticky, icky.
Rinse off
Ladies
the bottle
and gentlemen.
real quick and grab my towel.
Let's see what the
why you
finished
wanna
product
hang it
is here.
We have ended phase 1 of the
Great
fucking
picture.
bog mead.
Everyone get your screenshot. Get your screenshots.
Ending phase 1. Well, you said this is going to be ready about October
21st. It's like exactly a month from when he started it. That's why he said.
This shit's going to be fantastic.
Fantastic. All right. It's about that time, everybody. We appreciate you all. Thank you for being here. We'll see you back all again on Tuesday. Everyone have a good night.
Good night.
In the beginning, there was nothing. And then there was the Drunken Peasants Podcast.
Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. From the strangest corners of the internet, gonna get TP'd by Billy and Ben. You know where you can find them at. Get ready, cause they're gonna kick your... Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants.